Chapter 44:19. Heaven Realm's Western Desert. Ever since the Great Calamity Xian Huang's battle, the entire Western Desert had not been peaceful. The Great Calamity Xian Huang was one of the 7 purgatory masters of extreme Western purgatory. After Xian Huang was captured by Gu Fei, another purgatory master fell in the war with the Buddhist sect. Right now, the extreme Western purgatory only had 3 purgatory masters guarding it. Void Purgatory Master was one of the 3 Purgatory Masters. With the fall of the other Purgatory Masters, Void Purgatory Master finally stood up. He and the other 2 Purgatory Masters divided the other Purgatory Masters' territories. These 3 Purgatory Masters would not rest until Western Desert's Buddhist sect was dead. However, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had suffered great losses in the Great Calamity of the Demon. But Myriad Buddha Palace was still there, and so was Little Monk Fanxiu. Little Monk Fanxiu had many experts under him, such as Buddhist Lord Imo Luo, Shalin Buddhist Lord, and Buddha Ran Bei. Golden Eagle Buddha Lord was somewhat unlucky. When the Great Calamity Xian Huang had ravaged the Buddhist lands, he had been smashed into meat paste by the Great Calamity Xian Huang. Even Golden Buddha Mountain and Shilin Ancient Temple had been destroyed by Xian Huang. Only Myriad Buddha sect was left. In the Great War with extreme Western purgatory, Western Desert's Buddhist sect had the upper hand. Because they had great killing weapons, 2 purgatory masters had been killed by surprise. Void Purgatory and the other purgatory masters were naturally frightened and retreated to extreme Western purgatory. Large-scale conflicts between extreme Western purgatory and Western Desert's Buddhist lands would not happen in the near future. However, small skirmishes would not happen, especially when the 3 purgatory masters were unscrupulous in dealing with Western Desert's Buddhist lands. This time, Void Purgatory's subordinates had secretly infiltrated Western Desert's Buddhist lands to wreak havoc. They had been discovered by twin sages of Black and White, so they had chased after them for millions of miles. Twin sages of Black and White had been unlucky. They had encountered these purgatory fanatics and had been injured in a single exchange. They had to flee. Just as the 2 saints of Black and White were about to be dismembered by the purgatory zealots, a sword light flew over. With a flash of the sword light, all the purgatory zealots except for their leader in Black were instantly killed. This sword, when the 2 saints of Black and White sensed the power of the way of the sword that erupted from the sword light, they could not help but be shocked. The person's way of the sword was definitely far above theirs. The sword light disappeared, and a veiled woman appeared in front of the Black-White sages. This was an unremarkable woman dressed in coarse cloth and carrying a seemingly rusty iron sword on her back. Her entire person gave off a feeling of being travel-worn. The Black-White saints were in disbelief. Was it really this fellow who had saved them just now? The 2 saints of Black and White came from the same great sect. The reason they had appeared in the Western Desert was because they wanted to roam the world and gain experience. They were fellow apprentice brothers and sister. Was it you who saved us just now? The white-clothed woman said with a lingering fear in her heart. They were almost killed just now. The masked woman nodded. You're also a sword cultivator? The black-clothed man glanced at the iron sword on the masked woman's back and said. The masked woman said nothing. Isn't that obvious? The white-robed woman looked at the black-robed man with displeasure. Haha, that's true. The black-robed man came to a realization. This woman had just killed a dozen mad disciples of the extreme Western purgatory with a single strike of her sword. You be ****, do you think that I, the mad god of purgatory, am invisible? The black-robed leader saw that the 3 of them were only talking and no one was paying attention to him. This feeling of being ignored made him extremely unhappy. The consequences would be dire. The mad god of purgatory was a general under the master of the void purgatory. He was far more powerful than the subordinates that the masked woman had just killed. Boom! The mad god of purgatory's body trembled as a violent force burst forth from his body. Black gas filled the sky and covered half of the sky. It was as if a peerless demon had been born, and the entire sky darkened. This is great sage. He's a great sage. The white-robed woman exclaimed. They were only sage kings, not even sage emperors. This fellow was actually a great sage. Just thinking about it made their scalp go numb. They could only blame this fellow for injuring them with a single strike. This fellow was playing a game of cat and mouse. Fortunately, they had met this plain-robed woman. Otherwise, they would have died today. You two brats, you really don't know your place. Die. The mad god of purgatory grinned as he reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the two sages of black and white. The power of a great sage surged from his hand and instantly covered the sky. The two sages of black and white were scared out of their wits. Layers of divine light surged from their bodies. That was their Tao treasures being activated. However, the layers of divine light that covered the two sages of black and white shattered under the huge hand. The Tao treasures that they were wearing were also destroyed. Seeing that the two sages of black and white were about to be grabbed by the mad god of purgatory, a sword chime was heard. The next moment, a ray of sword light shot out from the plain-robed woman's body and instantly split the huge hand in half. Whoosh! The sword light flashed again. Then, the black aura that filled the sky disappeared. The mad god of purgatory's dead fish eyes widened as he stared at the plain-robed woman in disbelief. His violent and ferocious aura was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to say something, but his throat gurgled. In the end, he did not say anything. At this moment, the two sages of black and white finally saw that a vertical mark had appeared on the mad god of purgatory's forehead. Blood was seeping out of that vertical mark. The two sages of black and white's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Then, the mad god of purgatory fell to the ground. The guy who had been acting all high and mighty just a moment ago had died just like that. Killing a great sage with a single strike? The two sages of black and white were shocked. They did not expect this inconspicuous woman to be so powerful. Haha, sister, you're too powerful. I wonder who your master is? The white-robed woman's attitude towards the plain-robed woman had changed completely. Such a powerful person must not be a nobody in the heaven realm. Her master must have a powerful background. I'm a lone cultivator. I don't belong to any faction, the plain-robed woman said. A lone cultivator? The two sages of black and white immediately wanted to rope her in. Of course, they could not trust the plain-robed woman's words completely. Dingchang Fushui, why are you two still here? The immortal abode in the Chaos Rift is about to open. Why don't you go and try your luck? At this moment, three figures rushed over from afar and landed on the ground. Three experts appeared. Senior Uncle Chi? Senior Uncle Mu? Senior Brother? Ding Chong and Fu Shui were overjoyed when they saw the three of them. Come with us, the senior Uncle Chi said as he turned into a ray of light and shot up into the sky. The other two quickly chased after him. Sister, what's your name? The white-robed woman, Fu Shui, looked at the plain-robed woman, Gu Ling. The plain-robed woman was a man of few words. Sister Gu, my sect discovered an immortal abode in the Chaos Rift. Are you interested in taking a look? Fu Shui invited Gu Ling, sure. Gu Ling was also going to the Chaos Rift to train, so she agreed to tag along. Senior Brother Ding, why are you in a daze? Fu Shui nudged Ding Chong. Ding Chong snapped out of his daze. He felt that he had heard the name Gu Ling somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The three of them shot up into the sky and headed for the Chaos Rift. The Chaos Rift was very long. Even in the Western Desert, there were entrances to it. Moreover, there were many scattered rifts in other parts of the heavenly realm. Through these scattered Chaos Rifts, one could also enter the region within the rift. The appearance of the Chaos Rift was the result of the collision of the heaven and earth powers between the two great realms. Originally, there was no Chaos Chi in the region enveloped by Chaos Chi. Because of the appearance of the Chaos Rift, the region would be shrouded in Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, the primordial spirit Chi was vast. All kinds of living beings that came into contact with the Chaos Chi would become chaotic beings. Some living beings were even born from the Chaos Chi. At the intersection of the two realms, all living beings evolved very quickly. To a certain extent, this was already a kind of fortuitous opportunity. At the periphery of the Chaos Rift, other than chaotic beings, there were also all kinds of spirit herbs and divine herbs. There were even some immortal abodes from the other world that had appeared. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. Guling's goal in coming to the Western Desert was to help her father collect a debt. When Guling arrived at the Myriad Buddha Palace, little monk Fanxio personally came out to welcome her. When she handed the jade bottle containing 20 drops of immortal god liquid to Guling, little monk Fanxio's heart bled. That was 20 drops of immortal god liquid. This poor monk is a man of his word. That was what little monk Fanxio said when he sent Guling off. Guling directly turned around and gave him the middle finger. Niece, what are you doing? Little monk Fanxio's face twitched. Chaotic beings appeared at the periphery of the Chaos Rift. However, somewhere in the Chaos Rift, 9-colored immortal light rushed out. An immortal abode was faintly discernible in the depths of the mountain range. There were powerful figures appearing near the immortal abode. When Guling and the others arrived, the Zhao family, Zhou family, and Li family had already arrived. These families had all sent sages. Apart from these ancient factions, there were also experts from other sacred grounds. Ding Chong and Fu Shui came from the Tai Ching sacred ground. The Tai Ching sacred ground was a large sect in the heaven realm. There were many experts in the sage realm. There were quasi-supremes in the sage realm. They were not weaker than the ancient factions. Uncle Master Qi, eldest senior brother. Ding Chong and Fu Shui brought Guling to where the people of the Tai Ching sacred ground were. Holy Venerate? The person leading the Tai Ching sacred ground was actually a Holy Venerate. This was a Holy Venerate leading the team. Greetings, Grandmaster Mu. Ding Chong and Fu Shui were shocked when they saw the white-haired old man. They did not expect Grandmaster Mu to come. This Grandmaster Mu had not come out for many years. Guling stood at the side and ignored everyone. Where did this little fellow come from? How rude. Why aren't you coming over to greet our seniors? At this moment, someone suddenly looked at Guling and said coldly. Chapter 44:20. The news that an immortal abode was about to appear in the Chaos Rift spread and immediately alarmed everyone. Countless experts rushed to the Chaos Rift at the same time. Everyone wanted to obtain the so-called great opportunity. It was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. No one was willing to miss it. At that moment, the immortal abode was still faintly discernible. However, countless experts had gathered around the immortal abode and everyone was watching. The entire immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos. From time to time, one could see chaos lightning appearing around the immortal abode like the light of destruction. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, one could still sense the aura of destruction sweeping over. Little fellow, why aren't you coming over to greet our patriarch? At that moment, an elegant young man in white clothes looked at Guling in disdain from the Grand Pure Sacred Lands camp. Beside the young man in white clothes was a white-haired old man. The old man was surrounded by everyone like stars surrounding the moon. He had a proud expression on his face. He was a powerful holy venerate who was only a step away from becoming a quasi-sovereign. He was an important existence in the Grand Pure Sacred Land. Senior Brother Bai, fellow Taoist Gu is Senior Brother Ding's and my savior. Fu Shui stared at the young man in white clothes and said coldly, Junior Brother Bai Chun. What do you mean? Ding Chong's expression became a little ugly. Their relationship with Bai Chun was a little complicated. At that moment, the other disciples of the Grand Pure Sacred Land did not speak and were all looking at them. Bai Chun was a direct descendant of the Bai family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land. The Bai family was one of the 3 major forces of the Grand Pure Sacred Land. The other 2 major forces were the Fu family and the Mu family. The Mu family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land had nothing to do with the Wood clan of the ancestral world. The Wood clan of the ancestral world that Gu Fei destroyed back then was not human, but the Mu family of the Grand Pure Sacred Land was human. The Bai family originally wanted to join forces with the Fu family, but Fu Shui was with Ding Chong. Ding Chong was not a member of the 3 major families. The current Holy Lord of the Grand Clear Sacred Realm did not come from the 3 major clans. This could be said to be an anomaly in the Grand Clear Sacred Realm. One must know that the position of the Holy Lord had always been held by the 3 major clans. However, the current Grand Pure Sacred Leader appeared out of nowhere when the 3 families were fighting for the position of the Sacred Leader. He directly defeated the competitors of the 3 families and became the sacred leader. Ding Chong was the successor of the Grand Pure Sacred Master. The Fu family's Fu Shui and Ding Chong were together. The other two families knew what the Fu family was planning. However, Fu Shui was the most beloved granddaughter of the Fu family's patriarch. The other disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm did not dare to say anything, but Bai Chun was fearless. Bai Chun was the most outstanding successor of the Bai family. Although he was young, he had already reached the peak of Saint Ruler and could break through to Saint King at any time. It's nothing. Isn't it only natural for juniors to pay respects to their seniors? Bai Chun shrugged and spoke as if nothing had happened. You, Fu Shui glared at Bai Chun angrily. How could she not know what Bai Chun was doing? This guy wanted to sow discord between the Fu family and the Mu family so that he could reap the benefits. The patriarch of the Mu family was still sitting cross-legged in the void with a smile on his face. He looked at the scene indifferently, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Junior Martial Sister Fu, could it be that Martial Ancestor Mu is not qualified to accept a bow from your savior? Bai Chen's lips curled up as he sneered. That's right. With Grandmaster Mu's status, it's only natural for him to receive a bow from a junior. Someone agreed. How arrogant. Junior Apprentice Sister Fu, your savior is really awesome. He even ignored Grandmaster Mu. Impudent and disrespectful. How uncultured. Many disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm mocked. However, Gu Ling still stood there quietly. Even though she was being ridiculed, she remained indifferent. In her eyes, these people were merely ants. At this moment, even Fu Shui felt a little embarrassed. Grandmaster Mu was a senior after all. Even she had to be polite when she saw him and did not dare to slight him. Gu Ling actually treated Grandmaster Mu as if he was invisible. This was too rude. Bai Chun smiled. He was originally a handsome young man, but his smile attracted the attention of the female disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm. Many of them were infatuated with him. Senior brother Bai Chun is too handsome. Senior brother Bai Chun, I want to bear your children. Senior brother Bai Chun. The eyes of the female disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm all lit up. At this moment, even the other disciples of the Grand Pure Holy Realm felt that Gu Ling was too rude. He's just a sissy. Handsome my ass. Fu Shui said disapprovingly. I wonder what your name is and who your master is. At this moment, Grandmaster Mu spoke. He was a holy venerate, and a peak holy venerate at that. It was very likely that he would become a quasi-supreme and look down on the world. Who would dare to look down on such a person? My Grandmaster is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? A young man standing beside Grandmaster Mu looked at Gu Ling disdainfully and said. He did not take Gu Ling seriously at all. Grandmaster Mu was also very displeased. He could tell at a glance that Gu Ling's cultivation was only at the sage realm. His cultivation was not even as high as his great-grandson's, yet he dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Gu Ling did not say anything. He did not care about these guys at all. Gu Ling, you. Fu Shui looked at Gu Ling. Gu Ling? The Mu family's patriarch almost fell from the sky when he heard this name. Why aren't you coming to greet my patriarch? How dare you look down on my patriarch? Do you want to die? The disciples beside Grandmaster Mu shouted one after another. All of you, shut up. Grandmaster Mu roared angrily at the disciples beside him. His forehead was sweating. Could this inconspicuous female sword cultivator really be that person's daughter? Grandmaster, he's just a mere sage. Grandmaster Mu, why did you? Bai Chun still wanted to say something, but before he could finish, he was sent flying by a slap from Master Mu. A few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. Grandmaster Mu, Bai Chun was dumbfounded. How dare you? With me here, there's no place for you to speak. Grandmaster Mu roared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Fu Shui and Ding Chong were dumbfounded as they looked at Grandmaster Mu in a daze. Fellow Taoist Gu, I wonder what's the relationship between Senior Gu Fei and fellow Taoist Gu? Ancestor Mu turned around, and his expression immediately changed. He was filled with fear and trepidation as he carefully spoke to Gu Ling. His previous arrogance was completely gone. You don't have the right to know. Gu Ling said indifferently. Yes. Grandmaster Mu did not even dare to let out a fart. One must know that there were not many people with the surname Gu in the heavenly realm and the human realm. There was only one female cultivator called Gu Ling. Her surname is Gu Ling. She's... At this moment, Bai Qin suddenly thought of something. His clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Haha, sister, I'm late. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A purple figure appeared in the distant sky and turned into a purple divine rainbow, rapidly approaching where the people of the grand, clear, holy ground were. The powerful aura of a quasi-supreme arrived. All the disciples of the grand, clear, holy ground trembled, scared out of their wits. Even Grandmaster Mu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stood up. The newcomer quickly retracted his quasi-supreme being aura and landed beside Gu Ling Princess Qin Yao. Bai Qin's voice trembled as he looked at the purple-robed woman beside Gu Ling. Greetings, Your Highness. Grandmaster Mu hurriedly bowed to the purple-robed woman, not daring to slight her. This was the princess. The Qin clan was much more powerful than the entire grand, clear, holy ground. Princess Qin Yao was one of the most supreme existences in the world. She was almost invincible as long as she was not in the extreme Tao. Grandmaster Mu, Bai Chun, and a few others turned pale. At this moment, they no longer doubted Gu Ling's identity. How could someone who could befriend Princess Qin Yao be simple? Moreover, Princess Qin Yao had already become the disciple of Gu Fei's wife, Yin Er. We're all early. The immortal abode hasn't opened yet. Gu Ling turned around and said to Qin Yao, Haha, is that so? I'd like to see what's good in this so-called immortal abode. Qin Yao said with a smile. Their ambitions were not in the immortal abode, but they had to make some preparations to enter the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift. This immortal abode was actually left behind by the cultivators of that world. Be it Gu Ling or Qin Yao, they treated the people of the grand clear holy ground as invisible and ignored them. Our savior is actually Gu Ling, Gu Fei's daughter, Gu Ling. I knew the name Gu Ling sounded familiar. I didn't expect. When Ding Chong and Fu Shui found out about Gu Ling's identity, they were dumbfounded. That was Gu Ling. Putting aside Gu Ling's father, Gu Fei, even Gu Ling himself was a peerless expert. With Gu Ling's own cultivation, she could talk to the sacred leader of the grand clear holy ground as equals. Even the sacred leader of the grand clear holy ground had to be polite to Gu Ling. Fellow Taoist Gu, Your Highness, Grandmaster Mu said hesitantly. His forehead was sweating profusely. Why are you guys still here? Why aren't you disappearing yet? Princess Qin Yao glanced at Grandmaster Mu and the others impatiently. Yes, we'll disappear immediately. Grandmaster Mu hurriedly said before leaving with the group of disciples. Ding Chong and Fu Shui glanced at Gu Ling. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't say anything. They also left. Their intestines were green with regret. They should have supported Gu Ling to kill Grandmaster Mu. If they could befriend Gu Ling, Grandmaster Mu would be nothing. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Boom. At that moment, the blurry immortal abode in front of them suddenly shook. Boundless chaotic light rushed out of the immortal abode and pierced through the void. Is it going to open? Gu Ling and Qin Yao's hearts skipped a beat. Qin Yao's eyes especially lit up. Chapter 44:21. A world outside the myriad heavens? In the demon race's ancestral land, Gu Fei was refining the 10-extinction devil star. The devil chi contained in the star was too strong. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated the Sky Devourer major technique. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to refine the devil chi inside the star. The appearance of the Chaos Rift naturally attracted his attention. However, after discussing it with Old Turtle, he decided to take a look first. This was because he couldn't find the corresponding heaven and earth brand on the Wheel of Heavens and Myriad Realms that was emitted from the Chaos Rift. In other words, the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift might not be in the Myriad Heavens Wheel. In fact, the Myriad Heavens Wheel was just a general term. No one knew how many complete or incomplete worlds had been born from the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm was like a tree, and the Myriad Heavens Wheel was like a leaf growing on the tree. Each leaf was a world. However, in this world, there might be another tree, or even a forest. This was something that no one could guess or imagine, because there were no records of this in the ancestral realm. In other words, no one had ever jumped out of the ancestral realm. Gu Fei had once cultivated to the eternal realm. He vaguely felt that the ancestral realm might not be the end, and that he might be able to transcend the ancestral realm. However, when his cultivation had just broken through to the eternal realm, he had fought with the first demon ancestor. Although he had killed the first demon ancestor, he had also been forced into reincarnation by the demon, and his eternal cultivation had been stripped. He had no time to find a way to transcend the ancestral realm. The eternal realm gave him hope. Now that he thought about it, there might really be another ancestral realm, another tree. The eternal realm was to jump out of the ancestral realm and become an existence on the same level as the world tree. Perhaps he himself would become the world tree and become another ancestral realm. What's the point of thinking about this now? While the extreme Tao Supremes can't descend to the heaven realm, I have to cultivate to the extreme. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the fist-sized devil star floating above his head emitted streams of devil chi. The devil chi directly entered his body and was refined by him. This kid is already so strong, but he's still devouring demonic energy. Could it be that he wants to break through to the extreme grade realm? In the distance, even the old tortoise's heart palpitated when he saw the demonic chi soaring into the sky like a peerless demon. That level of demonic chi was not something he could refine. In his eyes, Gu Fei was a freak. Old Turtle's uncle stroked his beard and said, "I've said it before. This little fellow is not simple. He's a dragon among men. As expected, I have a good eye." "Uncle, when did you say something like that? Why didn't I know about it?" Old Tortoise looked at his uncle suspiciously. "TSK, I told you when you weren't here." "No way." Uncle glanced at Old Tortoise and said. Old Tortoise's eyes widened. "You can do that?" "Uh-huh." His uncle stopped talking. At this time, outside the Chaos Rift, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. An immortal's residence broke out of the ground. Billions of chaotic lights bloomed, and there seemed to be countless immortal beasts and divine birds circling around it. The immortal's residence that was originally exposed on the ground was only a very small part. Now, the ground was shaking, and bottomless cracks appeared. Large areas of the ground arched up, and the ground was overturned. Dust soared into the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. Someone used the Tianji mirror of the Tianji divine residence to broadcast this scene. Instantly, the world was shocked. Countless experts who received the news rushed toward the Chaos Rift. Such a huge immortal's residence was not ordinary at a glance. This immortal's residence was many times larger than the mountains. The building that was exposed on the ground was already tens of thousands of feet high, and it was still rising without an end. As the immortal's residence slowly rose from the ground, everyone felt extremely depressed. "Huh, interesting." Guling, who was standing next to Qin Yao, could not help but be surprised when she saw this scene. This immortal's residence was not simple. It was too big. To build such a huge immortal's residence was not something that ordinary experts could do. Could it be an immortal's residence left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign? Qin Yao came from an imperial clan. Even if it was an immortal's residence built by her father, it was only Isos. Whether it's the supreme immortal's residence or not, we'll know very soon. Gu Ling stared at the immortal's residence that was still rising and said indifferently, "She had the strongest inheritance, and her father was even an eternal sovereign. This eternal sovereign was an existence even stronger than an extreme Tao sovereign. Even if this immortal's residence was left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign, it was not very attractive to her. Yeah, if it's a supreme inheritance, it's not a bad idea to use it as a reference," Qin Yao said. The Qin clan was an imperial clan and had a complete supreme inheritance. Otherwise, the Qin clan would not have been able to produce so many experts and stand tall for so long. However, no supreme inheritance could allow them to become an extreme Tao sovereign. They could only become an extreme Tao sovereign by cultivating their own Tao to the extreme. In other words, other supreme inheritances could only be used as references for quasi-supreme cultivators like them. They were not of much use. At this time, They could only rely on themselves to achieve the extreme Tao fruit. Even someone as strong as an extreme Tao sovereign, who could split the heavens and earth, divide yin and yang, reconstruct the world with a wave of their hand, and possess all kinds of unimaginable divine abilities, could not raise a quasi-supreme's cultivation to the extreme Tao realm. If they wanted to become an extreme Tao sovereign, they could only rely on themselves. Borrowing from others was a very good method. That's true as well. Guling nodded. At their level of cultivation, only by walking their own path could they become an extreme Tao sovereign. They could use the experiences of others as reference. Rumble. At this time, the earth trembled and a terrifying collapse occurred in the chaos rift. The entire Immortal's residence finally rose from the ground into the sky. The entire Immortal's residence was incomparably huge, comparable to a continent. Moreover, the entire Immortal's residence was shrouded in layers of chaotic chi. Within the chaotic chi, chaotic lightning flashed from time to time, directly tearing the void apart. Seeing this scene, many experts' expressions changed. This chaotic lightning was not ordinary lightning, but chaotic divine lightning. If struck by it, even a saint sovereign would be blasted to smithereens. This Immortal's residence was definitely not simple. There was actually chaotic divine lightning surrounding it. This chaotic divine lightning definitely did not appear for no reason. Someone must have laid down a formation. A bridge to the heavens, crossing the shore. Chapter 44:22. The divine abode appeared in the primal chaos rift, and many experts gathered there. Countless experts wanted to enter the divine abode and obtain the great opportunities hidden inside. However, the divine abode was shrouded in primal chaos chi. Chaotic divine lightning would occasionally wreak havoc in the primal chaos chi. This chaotic divine lightning was extremely powerful. Even holy venerables would not dare to be struck by this divine lightning, because they would be killed immediately if they could not withstand it. However, even though people knew how powerful the chaotic divine lightning was, they still took action. Whoosh! A beam of divine light flew over from afar, directly breaking through the chaotic chi outside the divine abode and landing in front of the door. Then, that beam of divine light transformed into a long wooden bridge, which was erected outside the door of the divine abode. Could it be the Buddhist sect's sky-crossing bridge? Someone exclaimed when he saw this. As expected, the crowd saw a white-robed monk walking over from the wooden bridge. He directly walked into the primal chaos, and chaotic divine lightning exploded beside him. However, the white-robed monk seemed to be transparent in the face of the chaotic divine lightning that suddenly appeared around him. He directly walked forward and landed outside the gate of the divine abode. However, when the white-robed monk wanted to retrieve the sky-crossing bridge, a few chaotic divine lightning bolts descended from the sky and directly bombarded the wooden bridge. The wooden bridge was extraordinary. A layer of divine light immediately appeared on it, and it was not immediately destroyed by the chaotic divine lightning. However, the layer of divine light on the wooden bridge quickly dimmed under the bombardment of the chaotic divine lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden bridge was directly smashed by the chaos divine lightning in the next moment. Bitter, the white-robed monk was both shocked and angry. Without the sky-crossing bridge, he would not be able to come out even with his cultivation. Haha, how dare he barge into the divine abode when his cultivation is not high enough? How reckless. Serves him right. He's only a holy emperor, yet he dares to have designs on the divine abode. Lower your voice. He's from the myriad Buddha palace. The people around the immortal abode were all pointing at him and mocking him. However, there were also people who could tell who the monk in white was. Western Desert, 10,000 Buddha Palace. At this time, it was the #1 Buddhist sect in the Western Desert. After hearing that the white-robed monk came from the myriad Buddha Palace, the voices of discussion immediately decreased. After the little monk Fanshio integrated the Western Desert Buddhism, the 10,000 Buddha Palace became the leader. The little monk Fanshio had become the true ruler of the Western Desert Buddhism in the heavenly realm. Ever since Gu Fei used his great mystic art to complete the heavenly punishment and unleash its true power, those extreme Tao mystic realms and supremacies no longer dared to appear. As long as the extreme Tao didn't come out, a quasi-supremacy was invincible. Currently, no one dared to provoke those sects, great sects, or cultivation clans that had a quasi-supremacy overseeing them. At this moment, everyone was staring at the white-robed monk in front of the immortal abode. The door to the immortal abode was taller than a mountain. The white-robed monk was like an ant in front of the door. He was basically negligible. The tightly shut door exuded an extremely ancient aura. Could it be that the master of this immortal mansion is actually a giant? Open. The white-robed monk had no way out. He could only try to enter the immortal mansion and see if he could obtain a great opportunity. However, no matter how much the white-robed monk activated the Buddhist power in his body, the door to the immortal mansion didn't budge. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. How is this possible? The white-robed monk was a saint emperor, a king among the sages. With such a cultivation level, he could be considered an expert in the heavenly realm. But now, a dignified saint emperor couldn't even push open the door to the immortal mansion. Everyone was shocked. Boom. Just then, a huge cauldron crashed into the primordial chi outside the divine abode with a loud bang. The primordial chi surged and churned violently. Streaks of primordial lightning appeared and struck the cauldron. The cauldron only managed to block a few bolts of chaos divine lightning before it dimmed. Cracks appeared on the cauldron as a result of being struck by the chaos divine lightning. When the cauldron passed through the primal chi and landed outside the door of the immortal mansion, the cauldron was already half ruined. Many of the Tao patterns on the cauldron had been destroyed by the primal lightning, and there were cracks everywhere. That was close. A figure rushed out of the cauldron. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green robes. Although he looked harmless, his cultivation level was much higher than the white-robed monks. The peak of the Saint Emperor. Someone saw through the young man's cultivation level. Hee, little Baldy, let me help you, the man said as he strode forward and tried to push open the stone door of the immortal mansion. However, in the next moment, the man's expression changed. His face turned red. Roar. The man exerted all his strength, but even with all his might, he still couldn't push open the tightly shut stone door. Even two holy masters couldn't push open the stone door? The crowd was dumbfounded. Countless experts who watched the scene through the live broadcast were also shocked. It was just an immortal mansion, but a saint emperor couldn't even enter the door. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to ask the ancestor for help. The young man stopped and murmured to himself. At this time, the white-robed monk directly crushed the talismans in his hand. Sister, should we give it a try? Qin Yao suddenly said to Gu Ling, no rush. Gu Ling shook her head and sat down in the void. Qin Yao was a little surprised. Gu Ling was too calm. This kind of temperament was even better than some quasi-supremes who had lived for countless years. Not everyone possessed this kind of composure. Soon, more than a dozen experts attacked one after another. However, some of them were directly struck by the chaos divine lightning outside the immortal abode. Although some of them managed to break through the chaos divine lightning array with their Tao artifacts, they could not open the immortal abode's door. The quasi-supremes didn't make a move and continued to observe. However, not long after, someone couldn't sit still anymore. Roar. A black serpent rushed over from afar. Its terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt the immense pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated in panic. It's the black serpent, someone exclaimed. This black serpent was extremely powerful. It wasn't a native expert of the immortal realm, but a powerful serpent from the primogenitor's realm. Boom. The quasi-venerable black serpent directly crashed into the layer of chaotic chi outside the immortal mansion. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning arcs appeared and all of them struck the black serpent's body. Wounds immediately appeared on the black serpent's body, and blood seeped out from these wounds. Even someone as powerful as the black serpent was injured by the chaotic divine lightning. This kind of divine lightning was too powerful. If it was an ordinary quasi-supremes, they would have long been killed. Chapter 44-23. Finally, a quasi-supreme level existence made a move. Boom. The black aura spread for thousands of miles. A black flood dragon charged from afar and plunged into the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence. In the next moment, countless chaotic lightning bolts were triggered. Rumble, bolts of primal chaos divine lightning that could blast even heavenly sovereigns into smithereens struck the black flood dragon's body. However, it only managed to cause a few scales to fall off. A quasi-supreme level existence's physical body was extremely strong. The black flood dragon directly passed through the layer of chaotic aura outside the residence and landed in front of the gate, turning into a black-robed middle-aged man. The black flood dragon was an expert from the ancestral realm. He had the bloodline of the true dragon and was a distant relative of the dragon clan. Seeing his arrival, the holy venerables who had gathered outside the holy realm residence immediately retreated far away, not daring to approach. Humph! The black flood dragon grinned with a vicious look on his face. This fellow was not a kind person. He cultivated a type of divine ability that could swallow his opponents in one gulp. Although this fellow came from the ancestral realm, he had made quite a name for himself in the heaven realm. Especially now that there were no extreme supremes and quasi-supremes, this fellow was not afraid of anyone. A bunch of trash. The black flood dragon glanced coldly at those who retreated. Those who were not quasi-supremes were all ants. Even if they were heavenly emperors, he could still kill them with one slap. Hearing the black flood dragon's words, the sages near the gate dared not say anything. No one was stupid enough to provoke this fellow. Let me take a look. The black flood dragon stood in front of the gate and looked carefully. This huge stone gate was many times bigger than a mountain, and there were some blurry patterns on it. The black flood dragon quasi-venerable was shocked. This was a type of Tao pattern that he had never seen before. Someone had set up a restrictive spell on the stone door. It was impossible for those little sage-level fellows to open the door. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the black flood dragon quasi-venerate. This guy had been standing in front of the closed door for a long time, which made many people feel that something was wrong. Those who knew about the black flood dragon were even more shocked. Could it be that even the black flood dragon quasi-sovereign from the primogenitor realm couldn't open the door to this immortal abode? Even Gu Ling and Qin Yao were paying attention. Roar! The black flood dragon quasi-venerate suddenly roared into the sky, and a violent flood dragon power erupted from his body. In the next moment, his body shook, and he turned into a giant. The giant's eyes were like stars, and its mouth could swallow the sun and moon. The breath it exhaled formed a terrifying storm. It was as if an ancient celestial being had descended. This guy. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The black flood dragon quasi-venerable was about to go crazy. The saints near the entrance of the immortal abode were so scared that their legs were trembling. The weaker saints were so scared that they fell to the ground and shivered. Bam! The black flood dragon slammed his mountain-sized hands on the door of the immortal abode. In the next moment, the ancient runes on the stone door lit up. Rumble! The stone door of the immortal abode, which had been silent for God knows how many years, finally shook. Roar! 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 The black flood dragon quasi-venerate activated the flood dragon power in his body with all his might. Shocking sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. It was the sound of the flood dragon power operating to the extreme. The stone door was slowly pushed open, and there seemed to be a terrifying divine light burning on the giant figure. Just when a crack appeared on the tightly shut stone door, the crack slowed down. In the end, no matter how much strength the black flood dragon quasi-venerate used, he couldn't push the stone door anymore. Just a little bit more, sigh. The black flood dragon quasi-venerate shook his head. He had no choice but to stop. He didn't expect that he could only push open a crack on the stone door. At this moment, ancient runes began to appear on the stone door, interweaving into an ancient and mysterious Tao diagram. The black flood dragon quasi-venerate was exhausted. He couldn't even maintain his huge Dharma body anymore. The huge figure disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful black flood dragon quasi-venerate could only push open a crack on the door of the immortal abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this was a quasi-supreme, and a quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm at that. He was even a bit stronger than ordinary quasi-supreme beings. What should we do? Many people who saw this scene were indescribably shocked, especially those who knew about the Black Flood Dragon quasi-sovereign. For a moment, no one made a move again. Of course, this was only temporary. The huge immortal abode floated in the chaos crack. Endless chaotic aura surged, and streaks of chaotic lightning emitted a destructive aura suddenly appeared in the chaotic aura. To enter the immortal abode, the first thing one had to overcome was the chaotic aura and chaotic divine lightning. Ordinary sages would be crushed and obliterated if they entered the chaotic aura. Even heavenly venerates would be destroyed if they were struck by the chaotic divine lightning. Only quasi-venerates could withstand the chaotic divine lightning. Of course, there were also sages who relied on powerful Tao artifacts to break through the chaotic aura and enter the vicinity of the immortal abode's stone door. At this moment, the Black Flood Dragon quasi-venerate was exhausted outside the stone door. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily as he circulated a mysterious art to recover his exhausted vitality. Traces of immortal chi seeped out from the crack on the stone door. It was an extremely pure essence chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Within the essence chi, there seemed to be the faint silhouettes of countless living beings. Although the essence chi in the immortal abode was only seeping out in strands, the Black Flood Dragon quasi-venerate's vitality was recovering rapidly after devouring the essence chi. Interesting. Outside the chaotic aura of the immortal abode, Guling couldn't help but be moved. The quality of the essence chi in the immortal abode was extraordinary. Even strands of it could allow the Black Flood Dragon quasi-venerate to recover his vitality quickly. If he entered the immortal abode to cultivate, wouldn't he be able to directly refine the immortal abode's essence chi to break through to the extreme grade? This mysterious immortal abode might really contain great opportunities. Rumble. At this moment, another expert made a move. It was a burly man with a head full of golden hair. His entire body emitted golden light as he directly tore through the chaotic aura and appeared outside the door of the immortal abode with a single step. What? Even the Black Flood Dragon quasi-venerate couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this burly man. This guy actually reached the door of the immortal abode so easily. His cultivation could only be higher than his. Golden Lion Clan? Chapter 44-24. Among the quasi-supremes, there were strong and weak ones. The Black Flood Dragon quasi-supreme was only at the mid-level of the quasi-supreme realm, but the patriarch of the Golden Warlion clan was far stronger than the Black Flood Dragon quasi-supreme. Boom! The moment the Golden Warlion stood in front of the gate of the Holy Realm Mansion, a domineering aura immediately erupted from his body. Even the Black Flood Dragon quasi-supreme, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover his cultivation, was alarmed and had to retreat. "I didn't expect this clan to come out," someone exclaimed. The Golden Warlion race had once followed the Eternal Buddha Sovereign. This race was the guardian of the Buddhist path. The Golden Warlion that followed the Eternal Buddha Sovereign back then was the mount of the Eternal Buddha Sovereign. Back then, the Golden Warlion followed the Millennium Buddha and fought against the heroes of the world. It made great contributions to the establishment of Buddhism. In the cultivation world, strength was the truth. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The Millennium Buddha wanted to establish Buddhism, so he naturally had to compete with countless experts and subdue all the people and creatures who were not convinced. This patriarch of the Golden Warlion clan was not the old lion that followed the Millennium Buddha back then. However, this patriarch of the Golden Warlion clan was also extremely powerful. His cultivation had broken through to the great achievement quasi-supreme realm. In the heaven realm, where supremes did not come out, the combat power of this Golden Warlion was definitely enough to run amok in the heaven realm. "Little bug, get lost." The Golden Warlion waved his big sleeves, and the Black Flood Dragon quasi-supreme, who had retreated to the side, immediately flew up. He was shaken away by a powerful force and kept coughing up blood. The Black Flood Dragon quasi-supreme was shocked and angry. However, he did not dare to flare up. He stared at the Golden Warlion with hatred and retreated far away. The Golden Warlion did not take the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Supreme seriously at all. At this time, the Golden Warlion directly showed its original form. Endless golden light burst out, like a golden sun appearing between heaven and earth, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Only existences at the quasi-supreme level could see the true body of this Golden Warlion. In the bright golden light, a golden lion with 9 heads roared at the sky. The whole world was shaking. Even the stone door of the holy abode in front of the Golden Warlion had countless ancient Tao patterns. The terrifying sound wave directly knocked out the sages near the stone door of the immortal abode. Even the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign was shaken to the point where the blood in his body was in turmoil. So powerful, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign had no choice but to admit that the other party's cultivation was far above his. At that moment, someone broadcasted the scene to the entire heaven realm through the mysterious Tianji Divine Manor's supreme Tao artifact, the mysterious Tianji Mirror. Countless experts waited in front of the light screen formed by the mysterious Tianji Divine Talisman to watch. Even after countless years, this clan is still so powerful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the insolence of the Golden Warlion. The Golden Lion with 9 heads slammed its claws on the stone door. Rumble. The stone door of the immortal abode moved again. The crack on the door was slowly enlarging, and countless essence chi that was visible to the naked eye rushed out from the crack on the door. The Golden Lion's 9 heads directly opened their mouths and sucked, and the countless spiritual lights that rushed out from the stone door were all swallowed up by the 9 big mouths. After swallowing the spiritual lights that leaked out from the stone door of the immortal abode, the power of the Golden Lion became even stronger. At that moment, a powerful wave of power surged out from the stone door, and countless Tao patterns emerged on the stone door, almost covering the entire stone door. Roar! The Golden Lion encountered a strong resistance. It roared wildly and desperately circulated its power. The golden light emitted from its body was like a jumping divine flame. However, even if the Golden Lion had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme, it still couldn't push the stone door open. The stone door was pushed open by less than half a foot. However, this was enough. Swoosh! The Golden Lion directly turned into a golden light and rushed into the stone door. Seeing this, the Black Flood Dragon Quasi-Sovereign couldn't sit still anymore. He directly turned into a black light and rushed in through the crack on the stone door. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't sit still anymore. There must be a great opportunity in this immortal abode, and no one wanted to miss it. In an instant, 7 or 8 rays of light suddenly appeared from the nearby area and rushed towards the door of the immortal abode. Like 7 or 8 shocking sword lights, they directly broke through the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal abode. Those big shots easily broke through the obstruction of the chaotic aura. They didn't stop at all, nor did they hesitate, and directly rushed into the immortal abode. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the chaos crack. Everyone was startled by the sudden roar. At this moment, an extremely huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the chaos rift, directly grabbing at the immortal's abode. The huge hand shrouded the entire world, and the incomparably huge immortal abode was enveloped by the huge hand. This huge hand actually wanted to grab the immortal abode. Extreme power. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't know how big the huge hand was, but it directly shattered the void, and even the chaotic aura was dispersed. Just as the immortal abode was about to be grabbed by the huge hand suddenly seemed to have touched something and actually quickly retracted, dissipating in the void. What's going on? Countless experts were shocked. Deep in the chaos crack, there was actually an existence at the extreme supreme level making a move. The world on the other side was indeed terrifying. However, the extreme supreme that made a move actually retreated. Could it be because of the heavenly punishment? Someone guessed. This was the side of the chaos crack that was close to the heaven realm. Perhaps the mysterious supreme had really touched the power of the heavenly punishment and thus directly retreated. Only the power of the heavenly punishment could threaten the extreme supreme. The Extreme Supreme doesn't dare to make a move. This is a great opportunity that belongs to us. Someone laughed loudly. Hee hee, the heavens are really helping me. Someone was extremely proud. Huh. At this moment, Gu Ling and Qin Yao frowned. What's that? Something is coming out from the depths of the chaos crack. Exclamations sounded continuously, and one after another, powerful figures with chaotic aura soaring into the sky walked out from the depths of the chaos crack. Each figure was extremely powerful. The Extreme Supreme can't come out, so they just send shrimp soldiers and crab generals to their deaths? Someone said disdainfully. Noisy. An angry roar sounded from the opposite group of people. In the next moment, a chaotic divine light directly shot out from the opposite side, instantly piercing through the expert who spoke. This? Chapter 44-25. The experts that came out from the depths of the Chaos Rift were powerful to the extreme. One of them pointed with a finger and directly killed a saint from the heavenly world. Can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to come and fight for the immortal estate's fortune? Just a bunch of ants that don't know life from death. The living beings of this heaven and earth are too weak. The experts that came out from the depths of the Chaos Rift didn't put the cultivators from the mortal world and heavenly world in their eyes at all. Their tone was filled with disdain and disdain. Those who came out from the depths of the Chaos Rift communicated with their divine sense. Everyone from the mortal world and heavenly world, even the experts from the primogenitor realm, were shocked and enraged. One had to know that even the powerful clans of the primogenitor realm suffered heavy casualties in the heavenly world. Could it be that the living beings on the other side of the Chaos Rift were comparable to the primogenitors in the primogenitor realm? Who do you think you are? High and mighty rulers? What a joke. I alone will take on all of you. All of you, come and accept your death. At this time, a figure walked over from afar. This person held a halberd in his hand, exuding a strong battle intent. His black hair fluttered despite the absence of wind, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It's him? Everyone was shocked. This person is called Azure Dragon, an expert from the mortal world. Qin Yao said to Guling. Azure Dragon? Guling was stunned. So this was the expert from the southern desolate Azure Dragon clan that fought with her father in the southern desolate wasteland. The southern desolate wasteland of the mortal world had 4 sacred clans, and the Azure Dragon clan was one of them. In this clan, Azure Dragon was not a person's name, but a title. Only the strongest of the clan was qualified to be called Azure Dragon. That is the great dragon halberd? Guling glanced at the halberd in Azure Dragon's hand. She once heard her father, Gu Fei, talk about the time when her father had just started out and fought against the geniuses of the southern desolate wasteland. The Azure Dragon clan's treasure was the great dragon halberd. The halberd in Azure Dragon's hand was pitch black and didn't have any spirituality to speak of. However, Gu Ling knew that the higher one's cultivation level was, the more one would return to their original state. They would look like a person without a trace of Tao energy. Powerful Tao artifacts were just like humans. They normally didn't reveal themselves, but once they erupted, they would be earth-shattering, displaying all types of inconceivable might. What did you say, you ant? Is he courting death? You actually dare to challenge all of us? You're courting death. The experts from the other world burst into an uproar. There were a total of 13 otherworldly experts, and every single one of them exuded an astonishing aura. They were all holy venerables at the very least, and the 5 strongest among them were even quasi-supreme beings. Haha, do you think you deserve to be dealt with by us together? Since you want to court death, then I'll reluctantly send you on your way. Among the otherworldly experts on the other side, a short and skinny fellow walked out. He sneered and his eyes were sinister. He already regarded Azure Dragon as a dead man. Kill. Azure Dragon didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Taking a step forward, the great dragon halberd in his hand pierced towards the otherworldly expert. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated in the void. The great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand actually turned into a giant dragon, pouncing towards the otherworldly expert. Tao weapon transformation? Seeing this, the otherworldly expert's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, He roared madly, and the muscles on his body tensed up. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched towards the giant dragon that was pouncing towards him. This punch was like a landslide, as fast as lightning. The fist force was akin to 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shattering the void. With just one punch, this otherworldly expert displayed the strength of a peak heavenly venerable without restraint. This scene shocked all the experts who saw it. Boom! With a loud bang, the otherworldly expert's fist ruthlessly slammed into the giant dragon's head. In the next moment, the giant dragon dissipated, and the great dragon halberd appeared. What? He blocked the Azure Dragon clan's great dragon halberd with his bare hands? As long as the heavenly world and human world cultivators knew the Azure Dragon's background, they were indescribably shocked. A random fellow from the otherworldly world could actually block the great dragon halberd with his bare hands? Even Gu Ling was a little moved watching this scene. Such a powerful physique was truly rare. This otherworldly expert truly had some ability. Oomph! At this time, the Azure Dragon sneered coldly. With a shake of the great dragon halberd in his hand, the otherworldly expert screamed in pain. His right fist that was blocking the great dragon halberd exploded, followed by his entire arm. The otherworldly expert was sent flying back, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. He's actually not dead? The Azure Dragon was taken aback. This fellow was merely a heavenly venerable, yet he was able to block his attack, and only his arm was injured. If it was an ordinary heavenly venerable, that person would have been smashed into meat paste by the Azure Dragon. You dare to injure me? The otherworldly expert was enraged. Streams of chaos chi flowed from his body to his broken arm. Very quickly, the flesh, tendons, and bones grew back at a rapid pace. In less than 3 breaths' time, his broken arm had regrown. What a joke. Not only will I injure you, I will also kill you. The Azure Dragon sneered disdainfully. At the same time, he once again attacked the otherworldly expert. The great dragon halberd in his hand tore through the void, crushing everything in its path. Bang! Without any suspense, the otherworldly expert was directly sent flying by Gu Fei. Stop! The leader of the otherworldly experts shouted. Che! The Azure Dragon used his actions to answer the otherworldly expert. With a swing of the great dragon halberd, the otherworldly expert's head was directly chopped off. The expressions of all the otherworldly experts changed, especially the black-robed leader. He glared fiercely at Azure Dragon, as if he wanted to skin Azure Dragon alive. Merely SOSO. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Go to hell. The leader of the 13 experts from the otherworldly realm attacked furiously. A huge hand appeared in the void, enveloping the Azure Dragon under it. The ones who will die are all of you. The Azure Dragon's body trembled. In the next instant, he seemed to have merged as one with heaven and earth. Following that, the energy of heaven and earth was drawn over. Boom! The Azure Dragon brandished the great dragon halberd in his hand. Cracks spread out in all directions as the energy of heaven and earth erupted. The giant palm that was grabbing at the Azure Dragon directly dissipated in the air. The Azure Dragon's attack swept across 3,000 li, directly sending the leader of the otherworldly experts flying. His body was nearly split into 2 by that attack. How is this possible? The otherworldly expert Chen Lang was in disbelief. He was a quasi-supreme existence, yet he couldn't even withstand a single attack from this fellow? Che, with this level of cultivation, you think you're so good? You dare to look down on the heroes of the world? What a joke. The Azure Dragon said disdainfully. Wah. Hearing that, Chen Lang directly vomited a mouthful of blood. What he didn't know was that the Azure Dragon had already used his full strength in that attack. That was the Azure Dragon clan's supreme innate ability. The Azure Dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to defeat Chen Lang in a single strike. Even Big Brother Chen was defeated? The otherworldly experts were dumbfounded. Come at me together. The Azure Dragon held the great dragon halberd in his hand as he swept a cold gaze over the otherworldly experts. Preposterous, huh? The otherworldly experts were shocked and enraged. They had never been looked down upon like this before. This was a huge blow to their self-esteem. Kill. The 5 otherworldly experts roared in anger as they pressed towards the Azure Dragon. The entire space seemed to freeze as the 5 experts exuded an earth-shattering murderous aura. Very good. Why aren't you all attacking together? Since you all want to die, then kill. The Azure Dragon's figure flickered as he spoke, disappearing into the void. What? The 5 otherworldly experts were taken aback. They were about to release their divine sense to sense the Azure Dragon's presence. However, just as the 5 otherworldly experts released their divine sense, the Azure Dragon's silhouette appeared in front of them. Kill. The Azure Dragon roared madly as the great dragon halberd in his hand swept out. Shwa. Blood splashed as the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon at the same time. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This, not to mention the otherworldly experts, even the experts from the heavenly world and human world were dumbfounded by this scene. This Azure Dragon was too powerful, wasn't he? Even though the 5 otherworldly experts were sliced in half at the waist by the Azure Dragon, with their cultivation bases, they wouldn't die so quickly even if they were sliced in half. However, the Azure Dragon wouldn't let them go. He flicked his finger repeatedly, and a divine light shot out from his hand and pierced through the foreheads of the 5 otherworldly experts, scattering their primordial spirits. Damn it! Another 5 otherworldly experts had fallen. In addition to the heavily injured Qinlang, almost half of the 13 otherworldly experts had died. This Azure Dragon, Gu Ling looked at the man who looked like a peerless fiend god. He couldn't help but admit that this Azure Dragon was indeed ridiculously powerful. Even if he were to face this fellow, he might not be able to defeat him. This Azure Dragon clan isn't the true Azure Dragon Divine Beast. I didn't expect such a big character to appear in the Azure Dragon clan. Qin Yao's expression was solemn. Just as the Azure Dragon was about to make another move, the sound of wind and thunder came from the stone door. In the next moment, everyone saw a hair-raising scene. From the stone door that was slightly opened, a rain of blood and mist of blood actually floated out. What's happening? Drifting blood. Could it be that everyone who went in died? Someone voiced out his concern. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon directly broke through the chaotic qi and arrived at the stone door of the immortal residence. He carefully observed the Dao patterns on the stone door. This was a brand new Dao pattern, and this surprised him greatly. It seemed like those fellows from the outside world had walked their own paths in comprehending the great Dao. Just as the Azure Dragon arrived at the stone door, a bloody arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the door, as though it was trying to grab something. Chapter 44:26. A corner of the unknown world crashed into the heaven realm. Where the two worlds met, the two natural laws of heaven and earth could not coexist. They collided, intertwined, and destroyed each other, forming a primal chaos rift that was billions of kilometers long. The appearance of the primal chaos rift caused the living beings within it to undergo shocking changes. The two worlds converged, giving birth to primal chaos energy, causing the primal chaos rift to be in a state of primal chaos. Every living creature that was contaminated by the chaos aura would undergo an unimaginable transformation and become a chaos creature. The place with the densest primal chaos chi could even nurture sentient life forms, rare divine medicines, or supreme divine materials. To the cultivators of the heaven realm, these represented great opportunities and great fortune. Some people obtained the seedling of the primal chaos lotus, some obtained the peerless godly metal nurtured in the primal chaos, and some even obtained some inheritances from another world. This was because there was a cave left behind by an expert from another world within the primal chaos rift. At this time, a huge immortal estate floated within the primal chaos rift. Boundless primal chaos energy swirled around the immortal estate, and from time to time, primal chaos lightning flashed within the primal chaos energy. The layer of primal chaos chi that enveloped the immortal abode was more than 10 kilometers thick. Only a saint of the saint realm could see through the primal chaos chi and see the scene inside. However, there was also an exception, and that was the mysterious heavenly palace's mysterious heavenly mirror. At this time, The surroundings of the mysterious heavenly palace were surrounded by the mysterious heavenly palace's heavenly eyes. The heavenly eye could monitor the immortal abode, and it could also detect the immortal abode shrouded in primal chaos aura. Everyone outside the gate of the immortal abode was under the surveillance of the heavenly eye. Oh my God, what is that? At this time, countless experts who were watching the live broadcast from all over the heavenly realms stared at the scene on the screen with their mouths agape. Is that blood? Fresh blood is flowing out of the immortal sect? A crimson liquid floated out of the gate of immortality, which was only slightly opened, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. It's really blood. A black-robed old man with blood-red hair, standing near the entrance of the immortal estate, had a drastic change in expression. He was from the Blood Wolf clan, and these blood wolves were creatures that devoured blood. Their sense of smell was incomparably sharp, and as long as there was a trace of blood in the air, they would be able to instantly sense the temperature. Blood? Fresh blood actually floated out of the celestial gate. This shocked everyone. Even Azure Dragon, who was standing in front of the immortal mansion, had a grave expression on his face. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked the blood that was drifting towards him. However, when the blood came into contact with the protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to a red-hot branding iron being thrown into water. The protective divine light on the Azure Dragon's body dimmed. It can actually corrode my protective divine light? The Azure Dragon was startled and hurriedly retreated. At that moment, a blood-colored arm suddenly stretched out from the gap of the immortal abode's door. There was still blood dripping from the arm. The extended palm pressed against the immortal abode's door, leaving behind a blood-colored handprint. Everyone who saw this through Fekta's livestream felt a chill run down their spine. Azure Dragon discovered that on the door of the immortal abode, where the handprint was, the Dao patterns on the door had actually dimmed a little. What is that? Gu Ling, who had been watching from afar, saw this scene and her eyes lit up. She couldn't sense any signs of life from the blood-colored hand. At this time, the blood-colored hand suddenly grabbed at the Azure Dragon. A towering blood-colored light rushed out from the blood-colored hand and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It directly sealed off all of Azure Dragon's escape routes and swept towards the Azure Dragon like a monstrous wave of blood. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared madly. The great dragon halberd in his hand swept out horizontally, breaking through the waves of blood and ruthlessly striking the blood-colored hand. Clang! When the great dragon halberd in Azure Dragon's hand collided with the blood-colored hand, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. What? Azure Dragon only felt an extremely powerful force coming from the great dragon halberd. His hands trembled and the great dragon halberd almost flew out of his hands. He was directly sent flying, crashing through the outer layer of the immortal abode's chaotic energy. He flew for more than 1,000 li before he managed to stabilize himself. He gripped the great dragon halberd tightly, his gaze piercing through the chaotic energy to stare at the blood-colored hand on the immortal gate. His hands that were holding the great dragon halberd were bleeding. What is that thing? In the heavenly world, the demonic clan's ancestral land, the old tortoise was also watching the live broadcast. This guy had obtained a heavenly fate talisman from the heavenly mystery immortal abode. As long as he activated the talisman, a light screen would appear in front of him. At this time, the light screen in front of the old tortoise showed the scene of the blood-colored hand repelling the Azure Dragon. Hee, what else could there be? That place is definitely not a good place. There's something strange and terrifying about it. An old voice came from behind the old tortoise. Aya, Mommy. I say, Uncle, why don't you make a sound when you walk? You scared this demon lord to death. The old tortoise almost jumped up in fright when he heard the old man's words. Smelly brat, with your uncle's cultivation, how can I make a sound when I walk? The old tortoise slanted a glance at the old tortoise. The old tortoise was speechless. I say, Uncle, you said that there's something terrifying in this immortal abode? The old tortoise humbly asked because he knew that this uncle of his was definitely a super antique. In this world, there was really no one who knew more than him. Sometimes, living a long life was also a kind of capital. Didn't you see? That thing is not a good thing. Those who went in before are probably already dead. The old tortoise's uncle pouted at the blood-colored hand on the light screen. It's a pity that the black flood dragon from the primogeniture realm and the nine-headed golden lion are dead. The old tortoise sighed with a look of pity. Tisk! The old tortoise's uncle chuckled and said, "What's there to feel pity about? They're not your subordinates. Those are all top-notch food." The old tortoise licked his lips. Food? The old tortoise's uncle's eyes immediately lit up. He turned around and walked out. "Uncle, where are you going?" The old tortoise called out. "To eat." The old tortoise's uncle did not stop walking. "I'm going too." The old tortoise quickly put away the divine talisman of heavenly secrets and chased after him. He asked, "Where are we going to eat? Didn't you say that the black flood dragon and the golden lion are top-notch food? I'm going to take a look and stroll around the immortal abode. Maybe I can pick some divine herbs." The old tortoise's uncle said. The old tortoise was speechless again. The old ancestor just said that there was something terrifying in that place, and now he wants to go there to find food? This old ancestor is definitely a foodie. Chapter 44:27. The reason why the old tortoise and his uncle left the demon race's ancestral land was that Gu Fei was overseeing it. Rumble. At this moment, the mountain where Gu Fei was already shrouded by black gas. It was demonic qi, so dense that it could not be dispersed. A fist-sized celestial body floated above the mountain. It was the 10 Extinction Demon Star. The 10 Extinction Demon Star contained endless demonic qi. Gu Fei was refining and absorbing the demonic qi to increase his cultivation and combat strength. Master is already very strong. If he advances another step, won't his cultivation break through to the extreme grade realm? Dijutian was on another mountain. He could sense the vast demonic aura in front of him and could not help but be moved. The 10 Extinction Demon Star was much more terrifying than the legend said. Humph, how can you estimate Master's strength? The star beast Venerable glanced at Dijutian disdainfully. In his eyes, Dijutian was just a country bumpkin. Dijutian did not say anything. The star beast Venerable was speaking the truth. He really could not see through Gu Fei's strength. This was very shocking. Could Master have mastered some kind of secret technique to hide his aura? They guarded at the side and did not dare to leave. In fact, they also wanted to go to the Chaos Rift to fight for the opportunities in the immortal abode. However, they could not go there without Gu Fei's approval. Even the Demon Lord has gone to join in the fun. We are too bored here. The Black Wind Sovereign whispered to the Shooting Sun Sovereign beside him. They did not return to the Primogenitor's realm. Instead, they sealed their earth-shattering cultivation and forcibly suppressed it to the quasi-supreme realm. They were very careful and did not dare to be careless. One must know that the current power of heavenly punishment was extremely strong and could even kill a holy Venerable. No one dared to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their extreme-grade realm cultivation. Once the seal was removed, the power of heavenly punishment would directly descend from heaven and earth and blast them into pieces. "Are you bored?" The Shooting Sun Sovereign murmured. How could he not want to compete with the experts of the various races? However, they were Gu Fei's subordinates. Their lives were in Gu Fei's hands. "Shut up," Star Beast Venerable said in a deep voice. The Black Wind Supreme Being and the Shooting Sun Supreme Being shrunk their necks, not daring to say another word. At this time, on top of the mountain that was shrouded in demonic qi, Gu Fei was inhaling and exhaling demonic qi. As he inhaled and exhaled, astral winds raged around him, and demonic qi surged. It was a terrifying sight. Just as Gu Fei was cultivating in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, the Azure Dragon was directly surrounded by the 7 experts from the otherworld. Go to hell. Without any hesitation, the experts of the chaotic world from the 7 alien realms immediately took out their weapons and attacked the Azure Dragon in a frenzy. Even the void cracked from the impact. The void here was located at the intersection of 2 great worlds, giving birth to chaotic energy. The space here was incomparably stable, but now a crack had appeared. One could only imagine how powerful the combined attack of the 7 great experts was. Roar! The azure dragon roared and attacked. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire world shook. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, and 7 figures screamed miserably as they were sent flying. Azure Dragon. At this time, all eyes were focused on the figure in the middle of the battlefield. That person was half kneeling in the void, his hand tightly gripping the great dragon halberd. Drop after drop of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still as bright and sharp as before. He's actually this powerful? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The Azure Dragon sent 7 experts flying with a single strike. This scene was incomparably shocking, and it also stunned every expert present. This Azure Dragon is incredible. Qin Yao couldn't help but be moved seeing this. This guy's cultivation was no weaker than hers. With such an expert appearing in the Azure Dragon clan, the clan was most likely going to rise. You bunch of trash can't even withstand a single blow. The Azure Dragon slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold gaze swept over the 7 experts that were sent flying. Oomph! At this time, a cold sneer sounded from the depths of the Chaos Rift. Then, a figure with hands behind his back walked out from the depths of the Chaos Rift, step by step. With every step he took, a chaos flower would emerge beneath his feet, supporting him in the air. They are merely my servants. It's nothing for you to be able to defeat them. In just a few steps, the newcomer arrived in front of the Azure Dragon. This person was clad in white, his brows were straight like swords, and his eyes were like cold stars. He was tall and slender, but he was a handsome young man. What? Those fellows are only his servants? Hearing the young man's words, everyone was shocked to the extreme. If those fellows were only this person's servants, then wouldn't this person's strength be boundless? However, no matter how strong he was only a quasi-supreme being. Because this place was close to the heavenly world, the appearance of extreme power would trigger heavenly punishment. Servants? A strong battle intent erupted from the Azure Dragon's body when he heard that. He directly locked his gaze on the young man. Master. At this time, Chen Lang hurriedly led the remaining experts and rushed over, saluting the young man. Humph. The young man sneered, then flung his sleeves. Chen Lang and the others didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Azure Dragon's eyes flickered when he saw this. There were quasi-supreme beings among the 7 experts, but they were killed so easily by this young man. No one expected this white-robed young man to be so domineering and ruthless to his own people. The Azure Dragon's pupils constricted, and the battle suit on his body shone even brighter. At this time, everyone who was watching this scene through the Tianji live broadcast was extremely nervous. He killed a quasi-supreme being with just a raise of his hand. This person is extremely dangerous. In the distance, Qin Yao's heart trembled. Even if she went all out, she probably wouldn't be able to kill the 7 experts in one strike, because there were quasi-supreme beings among them. Only an opponent like this is worthy of me making a move. Gu Ling said calmly. Sister, you want? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. The Azure Dragon is no match for this person, Gu Ling continued. Boom. With a dull thud, the Azure Dragon was sent flying by the white-robed young man. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and even his heart had been destroyed. Of course, with Azure Dragon's cultivation, he wouldn't die even if his heart was destroyed. He could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Again. The Azure Dragon roared angrily and charged at the white-robed young man again. The moment he moved, the power of the entire heaven and earth seemed to be concentrated on him. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were pressing down on him. This was the ultimate move of the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon borrowed the power of heaven and earth to attack with full force. Its power was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. However, the white-robed young man merely reached out and grabbed the halberd that was slashing down. Interesting. No wonder you could defeat my useless subordinates. If you follow me and become my servant, I will let bygones be bygones. How about it? The white-robed young man's love for talent grew. Haha, become your servant? What a joke. You're more like my servant. The azure dragon roared angrily and tried to retract the halberd. However, it was as if the other party's hand was attached to the halberd. No matter how much strength he exerted, how much he roared, and how much strength he used, the halberd still wouldn't budge. This? Chapter 44:28. A big shot from another world had arrived. Those experts from the chaotic world were actually his servants. Everyone who saw this scene through the Tingy live broadcast was shocked to the extreme. One should know that there were quasi-supremes among those experts from the chaotic world. Even quasi-supremes were this person's servants, and he killed them as he pleased. One could imagine how powerful this person was. He was so powerful that he could treat quasi-supremes as ants. I am the divine son of the heavens equal sect from the primordial world. Chihao, you actually want me to be your servant? Haha. The white-robed young man laughed loudly. It turned out that the world on the other side of the Chaos Rift was called the primordial world. This guy who killed quasi-supremes with a wave of his hand was actually the divine son of the heavens equal sect. There was a lot of information revealed from Chihao's words. Everyone was very curious about what kind of world this primordial world was. How could there be so many experts? I don't care who you are. If you don't want to be my servant, then die. Azure Dragon exerted his strength with all his might. The entire world shook as endless power of heaven and earth gathered towards him. Buzz! The great dragon halberd in his hand shook violently and directly shook off the hand that grabbed the great dragon halberd. Swoosh! Azure Dragon was like a phantom as he retreated rapidly. The guy named Chihao did not make a move. A little interesting. Chihao looked at Qinglong, and a glint flashed across his eyes. This Qinglong was much stronger than his subordinates, but he was still not strong enough in front of him. Kill. Azure Dragon's killing intent was shocking. He did not have a good impression of these guys from the chaotic world. At this time, he used all his strength and borrowed the power of heaven and earth. He raised the great dragon halberd with both hands and smashed it down towards Chihao's head with all his might. Boom! An extremely violent power erupted from the great dragon halberd. The great dragon halberd emitted a divine light that resembled divine flames. Countless Dao patterns emerged from the Dao weapon. Is that all you've got? Chihao faced Azure Dragon's earth-shattering attack. He still only stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the great dragon halberd that was slashing down. Boom! The great dragon halberd in the Azure Dragon's hand seemed to have struck an immortal divine mountain. The entire void shook violently, and ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out from Chihao's body. This time, Azure Dragon couldn't help but be moved. Just now, he allowed his great dragon halberd to be caught by Huang Xiaolong, but that was because he hadn't used his full strength. However, he had poured all of his strength into this attack. Yet the other party still managed to grab his great dragon halberd in one move. At this time, Chihao's left hand clenched into a fist, and his fist smashed onto Azure Dragon's body. In the next moment, Azure Dragon was sent flying, and the great dragon halberd in his hand was snatched away. Azure Dragon was sent flying thousands of miles away, coughing up blood continuously. He barely managed to stop himself from retreating. Lowering his head, he saw that there was a fist mark on his chest that had sunk deep into his flesh. The place where the fist hit had shattered his bones. You didn't die after taking a punch from me? Chihao was a little surprised. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This fella had completely crushed the Azure Dragon. Even Gu Ling's eyes shone brightly. As the princess, Qin Yao's fighting spirit was boiling. Such an opponent was definitely hard to come by. Even Azure Dragon was defeated. Who else can be this guy's opponent? Where did Di Jiutian go? Where's the peerless genius, Gu Fei? The Tianji live broadcast was in an uproar, and the number of people surging into the Tianji live broadcast increased crazily. This made the upper echelons of the Tianji Immortal Palace overjoyed. The more people used the Tianji live broadcast, the more the Tianji Immortal Palace earned. Whether it was using the Tianji Divine Talisman to collect Yuan Qi or to earn immortal crystals and divine stones, the Tianji Immortal Palace had earned a lot during this period of time. In the deepest part of the Tianji Immortal Palace, The endless yuan qi gathered by the Tianji mirror was all absorbed by a strange divine stone. Around the divine stone, there was a mountain of immortal crystals and divine stones. The seemingly inconspicuous divine stone was actually devouring the spiritual energy of the immortal crystals and divine stones. Countless immortal crystals and divine stones were going crazy, and they were all emitting spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was all gathering towards the stone. How much more spiritual energy do we need to succeed? On an altar in the distance, a few elders of the Tianji Immortal Palace in purple stood, and they were discussing with their divine will. I don't know. One of the elders in purple shook his head. They were playing a big game of chess, and they had to be careful. They were the Tianji Immortal Palace under the ancient heavenly court, and they calculated the mysteries of heaven for the heavenly court. Even though the heavenly court had been destroyed, they still passed down their legacy. At this time, outside the divine abode in the Chaos Rift, the white-robed Qi Shao took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon. Without hesitation, he punched out again. Heaven's equal fist. The white-robed Qi Zhao's punch seemed to have no power, but in the eyes of Azure Dragon, it was different. It contained the will of the heavenly way, and such power, to a certain extent, was similar to the Azure Dragon clan's divine ability. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of heaven. However, the white-robed Qi Zhao's power was even simpler. He himself was like heaven and earth, and he did not need to borrow it. Roar! Azure Dragon roared crazily, and a huge dragon shadow rushed out of his body, emitting the aura of the ancestral dragon. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the Azure Dragon primogenitor. A huge dragon claw directly met Qi Zhao's fist. Boom! The dragon claw was smashed by Qi Shao, and Qi Zhao's fist once again landed on Azure Dragon's body. Azure Dragon screamed in pain as he was sent flying again. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body, and his entire body was almost split into two by Qi Zhao's fist. His chest caved in, and he vomited out all his internal organs. This is terrible. That's Azure Dragon, the invincible southern wilderness of the human realm. How could he be defeated just like that? Countless experts from both the heavenly realm and the human realm were wailing. This guy from the primordial realm was too strong, much stronger than the guys from the extreme mysterious realm. The extreme mysterious realm was still a realm that belonged to the myriad realms. However, the primordial realm was probably not part of the myriad realms. Of course, this secret was only known by a few people, including Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This was because Gu Fei had the wheel of the myriad realms in his possession. He could sense the aura of the myriad realms from this treasure. The Azure Dragon primogenitor is related to us by blood. Should we save him? The old tortoise asked. The old tortoise and his uncle arrived at the Chaos Rift and appeared near the immortal abode, just in time to see Azure Dragon being beaten up by the white-robed Qi Shao. Save him if you want, but don't expect me to be of any help. The old tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, "Oh, my niece is over there." Is she going to help? The old tortoise noticed Gu Ling and Qin Yao, the little princess of the Qin clan. The old tortoise's eyes landed on Qin Yao. The old tortoise had lived for countless years and had experienced countless ups and downs. Although the Qin clan had existed for countless years, he had also experienced the era when the Qin clan had ruled over the myriad realms. However, even the Qin clan had declined in the end. Once they lost the protection of an extreme grade supremacy, the Qin clan had been oppressed by other powerful clans and had no choice but to live in seclusion. Now, the Qin clan was going to rise again. Is my niece really going to help? The old tortoise exclaimed. Boom! Just as Azure Dragon was about to be killed by Qi Shao, a fist came from the side. A vast power filled every inch of the void. This was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was the invincible fist aura contained within this fist. This was an invincible fist technique that even Qi Shao would be moved by. Oomph! Qi Shao retaliated with a punch. Bam! There was a muffled sound as the two fists collided. The resulting shockwave shook the surrounding space. Spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Qi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. This person could actually take one of his punches? He shouted, and exerted his strength. However, at the same time, his opponent also exerted his strength. Boom! The power that erupted from the two fists directly shattered the void. Two figures flew out at the same time, and a black hole appeared between the two. Finally, someone can compete with this guy from another world? On the Tianji Live platform, everyone was staring at the live broadcast nervously. Who is that person? And it's a woman? She's masked. How would I know who she is? The Tianji Live platform was extremely popular, and everyone was curious. My junior sister is still too impulsive. Qin Yao shook her head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Azure Dragon, who had escaped, hurriedly retreated. He took out a bottle of dark red liquid, opened the cork, and drank it in one gulp. After Azure Dragon drank the bottle, there was a strange sound coming from his body. His broken bones quickly connected, and his injured body quickly recovered. In just a few breaths, Azure Dragon had recovered to his peak state. Ancestral blood? Lin Fan's uncle stared at the Azure Dragon in the distance as a glint flashed through his eyes. The primogenitor of the Azure Dragon race seemed to have left behind quite a number of good stuff. This primogenitor's blood was definitely a priceless treasure for the Azure Dragon race. However, to other tribes, it was poison. This was because only the descendants of the Azure Dragon tribe could refine the Azure Dragon ancestral blood and obtain power from it. Roar! Azure Dragon roared to the sky, and the terrifying shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out from his body again. The violent power spread in all directions, and even the void was shaking. The Azure Dragon ancestral blood made Azure Dragon's combat power stronger. This caused Azure Dragon's body to change, and scales began to appear on his body. Kill. Chapter 44:29. Qihao, the divine child of the heavens equal sect in the primordial world, was absolutely powerful. Even at the same level, he directly suppressed Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon kept coughing up blood with just a few punches. If it weren't for Gu Ling, Azure Dragon would have been killed by Qihao. Boom! Bang! Two silhouettes were moving rapidly in the air. Two powerful forces kept clashing against each other, causing the entire space to tremble. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void like black lightning bolts and disappeared in an instant. The power of heaven and earth here was very strong. It was the border between the primordial world and the heaven realm. The void in the chaos crack repaired itself very quickly. I didn't expect there to be an opponent in this world who can fight against me. Qihao was very confident. As the divine child of the heavens equal sect, he was also a famous genius among the younger generation of the primordial world. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Don't think too highly of yourself, Gu Ling said coldly. She clenched her fists and directly punched out the five elements fist. She punched out, and a golden wave of energy broke out, directly rushing towards Qihao. This was the power of the metal element. It shook heaven and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Equal heaven fist. Qihao's right fist directly smashed forward, instantly breaking the golden fist power. Boom! Two fists collided in an instant. Two silhouettes separated in an instant, but in the next moment, they were fighting again. A violent power exploded from the two great experts, and everyone felt a great pressure. Through the Tianji Live broadcast platform, countless cultivators in the heaven realm were fortunate enough to witness this battle. Roar! At this time, there was a wild roar. Azure Dragon, who drank the ancestral blood of Azure Dragon, instantly recovered, and his cultivation returned to the peak. In the next moment, Azure Dragon's body swayed and directly turned into a giant dragon, directly pouncing towards Qihao. The giant dragon's claws tore the void, instantly covering Qihao. This Azure Dragon seems to be stronger than before. Someone exclaimed, "What is that bottle he drank?" Someone was very curious. The bottle that Azure Dragon drank just now actually made him recover from a serious injury, and his combat power seemed to be even stronger than before. Not everyone had the foresight of Old Tortoise's uncle. The ancestral blood of the Azure Dragon primogenitor was incomparably powerful. After consuming the ancestral blood, the Azure Dragon's bloodline would become even stronger, and its potential would be completely stimulated. However, the consequence of this was that it would be even more difficult for the Azure Dragon to become an extreme-grade supremacy. Boom. At this moment, Qihao raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. It was as if he had instantly opened up a part of the world, and a force capable of splitting the heavens and the earth erupted. The Azure Dragon, who had transformed into a giant dragon, was actually sent flying by Qihao's sky-turning palm. A large amount of dragon blood sprinkled down from the sky and smashed onto the ground, causing dust to rise. So powerful, countless cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned once again. The combat strength displayed by Qihao was too abnormal. Your opponent is me. Gu Ling waved his right hand. Clang! With a sword cry, a beam of cold light shot up from her back and turned into a beam of sword light. It rushed toward Qihao, and the cold sword qi spread in all directions. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword qi. The sword shocked the world, and a murderous aura filled the world. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, Gu Ling seemed to have turned into a supreme goddess of death. Qihao's pupil shrank when he saw this. This woman's swordsmanship was incredible. The murderous aura that erupted from her seemed to have materialized. He had never seen such a powerful murderous aura from an opponent of the same level as him. The sword light was like a dragon, and it instantly arrived. Qihao stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the killing sword light. Gu Ling discovered that at the moment when Qihao's right hand grabbed out, his opponent's arm turned golden, as if it was made of peerless divine gold. Clang! The incomparably sharp sword light chopped at Qihao's hand, and actually produced the unique sound of metal colliding. Qihao completely ignored the sword light. He flipped his right hand and actually grabbed Gu Ling's sword light. However, the sword light was like a spirit snake and instantly twisted around his body. Roar! Qihao roared, and a mass of golden divine light immediately erupted from his body, blocking the sword light. Immortal golden body. Qihao's voice spread throughout the chaos rift. Gu Ling's sword light was directly broken by him, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. He exerted force with his right hand and directly shattered the ancient sword in his hand. Gu Ling stared at Qihao. The ancient sword that was restored by Qihao was only a quasi-supreme sword that she had refined, and not her Tao instrument. Her Tao instrument was the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. You're not bad. Follow me and be my sword maid. Qihao looked at Gu Ling, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold and arrogant smile. What is he talking about? Old Tortoise, Qin Yao, and a few others who knew Gu Ling's identity were directly shocked when they heard Qihao's words. This guy actually wanted to take Gu Ling as his maid? Hee. I wonder how little friend Gu Fei will react when he hears this guy's words. Old Uncle laughed. You're courting death, Old Tortoise said. Who in the entire heaven realm would dare to say such a thing? She was the daughter of the peerless ferocious Gu Fei. Not long ago, the great ferocious Xian Huang was defeated by Gu Fei and directly captured. It was unknown whether he had been killed by Gu Fei or not. Although the divine child of the heavens equal sect from the primal beginning realm was very strong and could suppress Azure Dragon, no one thought that he would be a match for Gu Fei. What are you waiting for? Follow me, and your future will be limitless. Qihao could not help but feel a little displeased when he saw that Gu Ling did not respond. Haha! Just then, there was a burst of laughter. Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter and saw a woman in purple laughing so hard that she was bending over. Princess Qin Yao? Many people recognized the woman in purple. What are you laughing at? Qihao's face darkened. Haha, I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Do you know who she is? You actually want to take her as a maid? Qin Yao said while laughing. Gu Ling's clothes were ordinary and her face was covered, so no one recognized her. TSK, could she be the daughter of the realm lord of this realm? So what if she is the daughter of the realm lord? The realm lord is just an ant in our eyes. Qihao said coldly and arrogantly. How arrogant? Everyone was inexplicably shocked when they heard Qihao's words. This guy actually ignored the realm lord? The realm lord was the master of a realm and was an absolutely powerful existence. One had to know that when the extreme mysterious realm lord's clone entered the heaven realm, It was almost invincible. If it were not for Gu Fei, the heaven realm would have suffered a calamity. A clone was already so powerful. Just thinking about how powerful the extreme mysterious realm lord's real body was terrifying. All right, warm-up is over. Let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 44:30. Just as Gu Ling and Qi Hao were confronting each other, another expert came from the other side of the chaos rift. It was an existence shrouded in chaotic aura. Chaotic lightning flashed in the void around him from time to time, crackling and flashing with electricity. Son of Chaos? When Qi Hao saw that person, he couldn't help but be shocked. Qi Hao, I didn't expect you to be here earlier than us. Another figure walked out from the depths of the chaos rift. That person was wearing a fiery red armor and holding a scarlet flame spear. Her long red hair fluttered like divine flames. It was a peerless woman. There was fire flickering in her eyes. Goddess of the heavenly Phoenix clan? Qi Hao was shocked when he saw this woman. Soon after, several powerful figures walked out from the depths of the chaos rift. These people all had great backgrounds. If they weren't the direct descendants of a clan, they were the goddesses, saintesses, or saints of a certain sect or sect. Every figure emitted a peerless and powerful aura. They are all quasi-supremes. Could it be that in their world, quasi-supremes can be found everywhere? Countless heaven realm cultivators who saw these grand incipient realm experts through the Tianji live broadcast were all stunned. Boom. At this moment, Gu Ling made her move. She had no distractions. There was only one person in her eyes. That person was Qi Hao. She wanted to blast this guy into pieces. As Gu Ling punched, the gray fist force seemed to turn into a monstrous storm that swept towards Qi Hao. Sky-flipping hand. Sky-flipping hand. Qi Hao immediately used his trump card. With a flip of his right hand, he blocked the mighty wood elemental power. With a shake of his right hand, Gu Ling's wood element fist force was directly dispersed. Eat my palm. Qi Hao slapped his palm towards Gu Ling. The next moment, the monstrous power of the scarlet sun burst out from his palm, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Water element fist. Gu Ling directly used the water element fist of the five-element fist. Endless power of the water element burst out. In the void, endless water seemed to appear, directly colliding with the mighty power of the scarlet sun water subdued fire. Gu Ling's water element fist quickly suppressed Qi Hao's scarlet sun palm force. Humph! Qi Hao sneered. His body shook, and endless scarlet sun divine light burst out. It was as if a scarlet sun had appeared between heaven and earth, illuminating the world and dispersing Gu Ling's water element fist power. Hee, Qi Hao, as the godchild of heaven's equal sect, you can't even defeat a native here. You're too useless. An expert from the primordial world mocked. Son of Chaos, are you itching? Are you asking for a beating again? Qi Hao said coldly. You can slowly play with these natives. We're going to go fight for the opportunity. As Chaos Child spoke, he dashed towards the immortal abode and entered the layer of Chaos Chi outside the immortal abode. In an instant, he passed through the Chaos Chi and arrived before the immortal abode. The heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden also directly rushed to the front of the immortal residence. And at this time, blood drifted about. The immortal manor was actually bathed in a rain of blood. This scene caused one's hair to stand on end. This immortal manor was extremely terrifying. How could this be? Chaos Child and the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden did not dare to act rashly. This kind of terrifying immortal abode was not so easy to break into. Even if it was them, if they were not careful, they could also die inside. Rumble. At this time, the door of the immortal abode actually slowly opened by itself. Behind the door was pitch black. Even those who had cultivated the heavens, I could not see what was inside. The door of the immortal abode that even a quasi-supreme being could not open just now was actually opening by itself now. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Even Chaos Child and the other primordial world experts in front of the door of the immortal abode hesitated and did not dare to enter. These guys. Seeing this, Qi Hao also could not sit still. He attacked with all his strength, forcing Gu Ling to retreat and then rushed towards the immortal abode. Gu Ling did not follow. The immortal abode was extremely terrifying. Although there were great opportunities inside, they still needed to be alive to obtain them. My niece is very smart. Old Tortoise laughed. Hee hee, it's dangerous to go in. It's better to stay outside and rob these little bastards from the other world. It's safer. Old Tortoise's uncle also laughed. The black dragon quasi-supreme being, the nine-headed golden lion, and the others who had entered before were like stones sinking into the sea. Perhaps they were already dead. Haha, Chaos Child. What's wrong? Are you scared? You don't dare to go in? Chihao said with a laugh. He had already arrived at the door of the immortal abode. Hee hee. Chaos Child did not say anything. He directly patted a leather bag on his waist, and the next moment, dots of chaotic divine light flew out of the leather bag. In each dot of chaotic divine light, there was a strange-looking bug. Chaotic spirit swallowing bugs? Seeing these bugs, the others hurriedly retreated. Even Chihao, the divine son of the Heaven Equal sect, stared at the countless bugs that flew out of the leather bag on Chaos Child's waist with a serious expression. The chaotic spirit swallowing bugs were an exotic species of the untainted land. They were born to devour all kinds of spiritual qi, including the qi of death. A large group of chaotic spirit swallowing bugs was enough to destroy a medium-sized sect. No one would have thought that Chaos Child had refined so many chaotic spirit swallowing bugs. The group of chaotic spirit swallowing bugs directly flew into the immortal abode. Soon, Chaos Child's expression changed. Swoosh! He took a step forward and directly walked into the immortal abode. Some divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world hurried to follow him. Chihao thought for a moment and also followed. Chaos Child used the chaotic spirit swallowing bugs to explore the way, so they had to go through a lot less danger. These guys are not stupid, Old Turtle said. Old Turtle said. The bloody hand in the immortal abode did not appear, but the immortal abode, which was covered by the chaotic qi, was still dripping with blood. The smell of blood was so thick that it almost could not be dispersed. The immortal abode bathed in the blood rain looked extremely strange and terrifying. Even those who saw this scene through the Tianji live broadcast felt their blood run cold, let alone those who were at the scene. At this time, a dazzling divine light shot up from the ground into the chaos rift. Inside the divine light was a powerful figure. Di Jiutian is finally here, someone said. The little Pong Emperor was also here. Azure Dragon retreated, and even the great dragon halberd was taken away by Chihao. He had completely lost this battle. He was going to return to the human realm and go into seclusion. On the other side of the chaos rift, a golden-haired divine ape roared at the sky. On a mountain, a young monk in a white monk robe was holding an alms bowl. He was holding a flower and smiling as he looked toward the immortal abode. The powerful cultivators from the heaven realm and the human realm had finally arrived. Even Yi Beichen from the Yi family of the ancestral realm was here. He had not returned to the ancestral realm yet, and was still wandering in the heaven realm. Chapter 44:31. At this time, the heaven realm, the human realm, the ancestral realm, and the primordial realm appeared at the same time in the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primordial realm. They were all heading for the immortal abode that had just appeared. They wanted to obtain the great opportunity and great fortune in the immortal abode. The immortal abode was too extraordinary. It was surrounded by chaos qi, and even a quasi-supreme would find it difficult to open the door. Some people guessed that it was left behind by an extreme-grade supreme. Even a quasi-supreme would go crazy for an extreme-grade supreme level immortal abode. At this time, the saints and goddesses from the primordial realm had already entered the immortal abode, but Gu Ling and Qin Yao did not enter. It was rare for someone to scout for them. They were not in a hurry and waited for the result. However, not everyone was as calm as them. A ray of golden light rushed over from afar and rushed into the immortal abode. That's an expert of the Golden Spirit Ape Clan? Someone saw a golden-haired ape-like figure wrapped in the golden light. Is that Yuan Gang? Old Tortoise's uncle frowned. Why was this guy here? He had some friendship with Yuan Gang's ancestor, but he could not watch the descendant of an old friend die in the immortal abode. Swoosh! The demon clan's patriarch took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, he was already standing in front of the immortal abode's door. Uncle! Old Tortoise was shocked. He wanted to stop the demon clan's patriarch, but the demon clan's patriarch had already taken a step and walked directly into the immortal abode. Old Tortoise was a little anxious. This immortal abode was definitely dangerous and terrifying. Even an extreme grade supreme would be in danger if he went in. At this time, a sword light rushed from afar and directly broke through the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. It rushed into the immortal abode's door and disappeared inside. The great elder of the Haotian sword sect? Someone recognized the expert of the sword principle. The Haotian sword sect was a sword principle sect in the heaven realm. Its strength was above average among the major forces, but it was a level lower than the Demon Clan, Buddhist sect, Xintian Holy Ground, and Taiching Holy Land. However, the supreme elder of the Haotian sword faction was an outstanding talent in the sword principle and was only half a step away from becoming an extreme grade supreme venerable. However, it was extremely difficult for the Grand Supreme Elder of the Haotian Sword School to take this half a step. He wanted to fight for the great fortune of the Immortal's abode. He wanted to go one step further and break through to the extreme grade realm in one go. Whether it was Yuan Gang of the Golden Spirit Ape Clan or the Supreme Elder of the Haotian Sword Faction, they were all big shots in the Heaven Realm. Their cultivation was already close to the extreme grade realm. Di Jutian was also here. He was a genuine supremacy. This immortal mansion was not worthy of his attention, unless it was left behind by a supreme existence in the eternal realm. However, was this possible? Junior sister, Di Jutian came to Gu Ling and Qin Yao's side. Brother Di, Gu Ling said, you are Di Jutian? Qin Yao sized Di Jutian up curiously. The princess of the Qin clan? Di Jutian looked at Qin Yao indifferently. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the quasi-supremacy realm, the aura that he exuded was still very shocking. An ordinary quasi-supremacy would feel great pressure standing in front of Di Jutian. However, Qin Yao was still calm and did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. She was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father's supreme bloodline flowed in her body. Naturally, she was not afraid of Di Jutian. My master and your master are husband and wife. Doesn't that mean we are also senior brother and junior sister? Senior brother Di, what do you think? Qin Yao looked at Di Jutian with a smile. Di Jutian was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought about this problem before. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what Qin Yao said. While the three of them were talking, many experts from the heaven realm and the human realm barged into the immortal's abode. Even the experts from the ancestral realm could not sit still. Yi Beichen, the king of supreme beings, also broke through the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal's abode. He took a step and arrived at the entrance of the immortal's abode. The entrance was wide open. It was pitch black inside, like a bottomless abyss that could devour any living being that approached the abyss at any time. Yi Beichen hesitated for a moment, but he still walked through the entrance and disappeared inside. The blood rain was still falling. It was very strange. No one knew where the blood rain came from. It seemed to appear out of thin air, and the blood rain contained a powerful corrosive power. It could even corrode the protective divine light of a quasi-supremacy. After Yi Beichen entered the immortal's abode, a group of experts from the ancestral realm followed closely behind him and entered the immortal's abode. At this time, dozens of quasi-supremacy realm experts had already entered the immortal's abode. Until now, no one had come out. From the Black Flood Dragon quasi-supremacy and the Nine-Headed Lion quasi-supremacy who entered first to the group from the ancestral realm, no one came out. Gu Ling saw that the Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor had also entered the immortal's abode. Even several great monsters from the demon race's ancestral land had entered the immortal's abode. The ancient desolate forces of the human realm had also sent people. They were the divine sons and saintesses of these ancient desolate forces, all of whom were quasi-supremacy existences. The Jiang family's little supreme had also come. The Jiang family's little supreme was a descendant of Jiang Renhuang. He possessed heaven-defying talent, and the speed of his cultivation was astonishing. Zhang Renhuang had brought him along and personally guided him for several years. Jiang Yiqin, the Jiang family's little supreme, had swept away all his opponents since his debut. He was almost invincible and was known as the Jiang family's little supreme. Compared to the divine sons and saintesses of the Zhao family, Zhou family, and Li family, Jiang Yiqin was much stronger. The divine sons and saintesses of the ancient, desolate forces of the human realm clustered around Jiang Yiqin and arrived in front of the entrance of the immortal's abode. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yiqin and the others directly entered the entrance. As the Jiang family's little supreme, Jiang Yiqin had the confidence to ignore all kinds of dangers in the immortal's abode. The Tianji Live broadcast platform had long been in an uproar. The Jiang family's little supreme had made a big name for himself in the human realm. The appearance of Di Zhoutian and the Jiang family's little supreme caused a sensation on the Tianji Live broadcast platform. "Junior sister, I'll go in and have a look first." After saying that, Di Zhoutian directly rushed towards the immortal's abode with the blood-dripping spear in his hand. When he arrived in front of the layer of primal chaos qi, he slashed with the blood-dripping spear in his hand and immediately cut a 1,000-foot-long crack in the primal chaos qi. He strode in, passed through the primal chaos qi, and arrived outside the immortal's abode. Without stopping, he stepped into the stone door and soon disappeared. Gu Ling and Qin Yao still didn't move. At this time, even the old tortoise couldn't sit still. How could he let go of a great opportunity and fortune in the immortal's abode? At this time, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the depths of the primal chaos qi. Endless primal chaos qi surged, and powerful figures emerged from the depths of the primal chaos qi. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Countless warriors clad in battle armor and wielding spears walked out of the primal chaos rift. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Every single one of these warriors was incredibly powerful. They were all holy venerables. Over 1,000 fighters formed a battle formation and charged over from afar. Their presence was earth-shaking, and even the expressions of quasi-sovereigns changed. The soldiers of the Pingtian Empire of the Primal Beginning World? An expert from the Primal Beginning World cried out. The 1,000 soldiers were imposing and filled with battle intent. They directly tore through the primal chaos qi outside the immortal's abode and killed their way into the immortal's abode. Roar! Just when the soldiers of the Pingtian Empire killed their way into the immortal's abode, a furious roar rang out from afar. Another group of soldiers charged over from afar, and wherever they passed by, countless experts would retreat. It's the army of the Wuji Empire of the human world. The expressions of the experts from the celestial world and human world could not help but change. The Wuji Empire was extremely powerful. It was the greatest empire in the human world, and the Wuji Empire's imperial lord was an extreme sovereign. This empire basically unified the world. Of course, due to the existence of heavenly punishment, the imperial lord had to seal up his cultivation. Boom! The Wuji Empire's army was extremely powerful. They directly shattered the primal chaos qi outside the immortal's abode and killed their way in. Very soon, powerful pulses of energy appeared in the immortal's abode. What's happening? They've started fighting as soon as they entered the immortal's abode? Heavens, it's the soldiers of the Pingtian Empire. They've actually set up an ambush in the immortal's abode and ambushed the army of the Wuji Empire. A few soldiers of the Wuji Empire flew out from the immortal's abode and directly exploded into a bloody mist in outer space. There were also soldiers of the Pingtian Empire who were blasted out and also exploded into a bloody mist. Their souls had been destroyed. God damn it! How despicable! Do they think there's no one in the human world? The countless experts from the human world and celestial world who saw this through the Heavenly Secrets livestream were both shocked and furious. Clear the path for our sacred prince. Anyone who comes in will die. An old divine general of the Pingtian Empire appeared at the entrance of the immortal's abode. He carried a divine general on his spear. He was the divine general who had led the Wuji Empire's army into the immortal's abode. That was a quasi-sovereign, yet he had actually died. His corpse was even carried on the enemy's spear, causing blood to drip down the spear. The old divine general was awe-inspiring. He glanced around and looked down on the world. The Wuji Empire's army has been wiped out? How is this possible? Does the Pingtian Empire want to become enemies with the world? Someone cried out. Is the sacred Prince Pingtian coming? This guy is just too brutal. Many experts from the primordial world had come as well. As soon as they thought of the Pingtian Empire, they all began to sweat. It was definitely a colossal existence that had existed for countless years. It was an eternal empire that could rival imperishable sects and supreme clans. At this moment, the old divine general stood at the entrance of the immortal's abode. For a moment, no one dared to approach him. Humph. However, very soon, a sneer rang out. Afterwards, a figure walked over from afar. It was a young monk with a violet gold alms bowl. This guy. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw him. Hee, that old guy is going to be unlucky. Chapter 44:32. In the primeval world, the old general of the Pingtian Divine Empire was extremely domineering. He actually stood at the entrance of the immortal estate, wanting to stop the various experts who wanted to enter. He's far too arrogant. Does he think he's an invincible exalt? He's looking down on the experts of the celestial world, human world, and ancestral world. He's looking to die. Some people were very disdainful. They did not believe that the old general of the heavens' equal divine empire could fend off the experts of the three organizations. After all, just the celestial world was very complicated, let alone the experts of the ancestral world who had crossed over. Everyone, don't make a mistake. The old divine general looked around. His battle intent surged as his eyes shone with light that was several thousand meters long. It was like a supreme sword, piercing through space. At that moment, the experts were all stunned by the old general's might. No one actually stepped forward. They had to admit that the old general was very powerful. He was a supreme expert who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, it was basically a joke in the eyes of some people if he wanted to make the experts of the three worlds lower their heads all by himself. Haha, a powerful figure began to laugh aloud in the distance. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Sir, your murderousness is far too heavy. Why don't you join my school of Buddhism and practice the Dharma of Buddhism? Wouldn't that be great? At this moment, a white-robed young monk with an alms bowl walked over from afar. It's him? Guling's eyes immediately lit up when she saw him. She had never thought that he would come as well. Little Baldy Fancio? The old turtle was delighted when he saw the young monk. There was going to be a show to watch now. The people who knew about Fancio were all amused. This guy was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Boom. What responded to little monk Fancio was a ray of resplendent divine light. The old general didn't say anything and directly raised the spear in his hand that was still dripping with blood and stabbed towards little monk Fancio. The resplendent streak of light was like a startling streak of light. It immediately surged to a great height, directly piercing through space and arriving before Fancio in a single moment. Clang! Fancio used the alms bowl in his hand to block the attack. He only felt his hand shake, and he was blown back by several thousand meters. Benefactor, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Today, I will help you become a Buddha. Little monk Fancio had a compassionate look on his face. The next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air without a trace. Even the old tortoise did not see how he disappeared. Where did he go? Old General Pingtian's heart trembled. This little Baldy was not simple. Whoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from the center of Pingtian's brows and scanned the world. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, nothing could hide. Even some great demons in human form instantly revealed their true forms when they were scanned by the old general's heavenly gaze. So it's 3 eyes, my God! A shout came from behind the old general. In the next moment, a purple gold alms bowl smashed into the back of the old general's head with a clang. Roar! The old general roared and swept the spear in his hand behind him. This time, his vision darkened and he felt dizzy. He almost fainted. Why are you being so fierce? Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Little monk Fancio appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With another clang, the purple gold alms bowl in his hand smashed into the old general's head again. This time, the old general staggered and almost fell. Two huge bumps appeared on his head, causing him to see stars. He was so angry that he almost spat blood. Roar! Heavenly merit of 100 battles. Kill! The old general almost went mad from anger. He had never been ambushed like this before. It was a great humiliation to a god of death like him. Buzz! Boundless divine power burst out of the old general's body, turning into densely packed spears that pierced in all directions. No matter where little monk Fanshio hid, he could not hide anymore. Aya, you're quite fierce. I want you to become a Buddha, but you're not willing. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Little monk Fanshio's figure appeared in the void. However, what was shocking was that the countless battle spears that were aimed at him actually passed through his body, as if they were stabbing an illusion. Formless and formless, all techniques returned to the origin. Little monk Fanshio was like a phantom. He instantly arrived in front of the old general. All attacks seemed to be useless against him. What a guy! The old tortoise could not help but be shocked when he saw this. It seemed like little monk Fanshio had obtained some powerful Buddhist ability in the Myriad Buddha Palace. The Myriad Buddha Palace was a palace left behind by the Buddhist Lord. It contained the Buddhist Lord's inheritance and the legendary immortal golden Buddha tree. It had to be said that little monk Fanshio had obtained great fortune. Go to hell! The old general roared and attacked. The spear in his hand seemed to be burning. Endless divine flames erupted from the spear, destroying the void right away. The countless experts watching the battle nearby could not help but be moved when they saw the old general's earth-shaking attack. The battle prowess of the attack was close to extreme grade. Clearly, the people of the primordial world knew that they could not use extreme grade powers here. However, in the next moment, little monk Fanshio disappeared in the void like a phantom from the old general's attack. What? The old war general's shock was no small matter. Under his strike, even the void was being destroyed. Yet this fella actually disappeared? How was that possible? Just as the old general was feeling shocked, a huge golden palm descended from the sky. With a boom, the old general was slammed into the ground. The golden palm dispersed, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Little monk Fanshio fell from the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Old General Pingtian, who had been so overbearing earlier, had been defeated by little monk Fanshio with a single attack? I told you to put down your weapon and become a Buddha with me, so why didn't you? Sigh. Little monk Fanshio sighed as if he was compassionate. This guy is too good at pretending. Seeing this from afar, the old tortoise really wanted to give Fanshio's shiny head a few hard knocks. At that moment, little monk Fanshio extended his hand and lifted the old general up from the ground. The old general, who had been awe-inspiring and looked down on the world and dared to fight against the experts of the world, was now in an extremely miserable state. Who knew how many bones in his body had been broken? In some places, the broken bones had even pierced through his skin and flesh. Sigh. Why did you have to force me to use my demon-subduing technique? Why? Little monk Fanshio shook his head and sighed. Spurred. Chapter 44:33. The little monk, Fanshio, had actually smashed the invincible general of the Pingtian Divine Empire into the ground with a single slap. He was already half dead. The worst part was that the little monk was even shaking his head and sighing in pity. In the old general's eyes, this was definitely the greatest insult to him. The old general became furious as he was lifted up by the little monk like a little chick. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The countless experts who saw this through the Tianji streaming platform were all dumbfounded. This little baldy was definitely a supreme being among the Buddhists. Ever since the little monk joined the Myriad Buddha Palace, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. His battle prowess had increased to a level where even the old turtle's expression changed. In particular, he had practiced some kind of powerful Buddhist ability that allowed him to ignore all attacks. At this moment, the sounds of battle rang out from the entrance of the immortal's estate. Clearly, the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire had not completely destroyed the army of the Wuji Empire of the human world. The Wuji Empire was the greatest empire of the human world after all. The emperor of the Wuji Empire was extremely powerful. In the entire human world, only Run Huangjiang of the Jiang family could rival the emperor of the Wuji Empire. It would not be easy for the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire to destroy the army of the Wuji Empire. Sigh. There won't be a lot of conflict and slaughter in this world anymore. Yep, if I don't go to hell, who will? Let me purify these people. The little monk, Fanxiu, acted righteously. He directly tossed the old general into his inner world before striding into the immortal's estate. This guy's acting is just too good. The old turtle could not help but admire Fanxiu, who knew the little monk's background. The old general had been dealt with by the little monk, so the various experts used this opportunity to use their various abilities. They directly broke through the chaotic qi around the immortal's estate and arrived before the entrance. Without any hesitation, they directly charged into the immortal's estate. At that moment, countless streaks of light charged towards the entrance from all directions. Even Saint Venerables and Saint Kings used their Tao artifacts to protect themselves as they charged into the immortal's estate. They wanted to fight for the fortuitous encounters in the immortal's estate. In total, tens of thousands of saint-level and above experts had entered the immortal abode. The gate of the immortal mansion was like a huge mouth that could devour all living things in the world, as if it would never be full. All right, let's go in too, Gu Ling said to Qin Yao. All right. Qin Yao hurriedly nodded. She couldn't sit still any longer. She could tell that this immortal estate was extraordinary. If she wasn't with Gu Ling, she would have barged in long ago. Just as they were about to move, an incomparably shocking sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the primal chaos rift. In the next moment, the primal chaos energy in the depths of the primal chaos rift surged violently, and one giant figure after another charged out of the primal chaos energy. That is, everyone who saw this through the Tianji live broadcast was shocked. Needless to say, another expert from the primordial realm had arrived. Even Qin Yao was taken aback. The giant figures that charged out of the depths of the primal chaos were all dragons, powerful existences at the ancestral dragon level. They were 9 ancestral dragons. When 9 ancestral dragons appeared at the same time, the pressure that erupted from these ancestral dragons was earth-shattering. Some of the experts who hadn't entered the immortal mansion were shocked. What was even more shocking was that these 9 ancestral dragons were pulling a chariot behind them. 9 dragons pulling a chariot. What a grand display. Even Qin Yao was dumbfounded when she saw this. She was the princess of an imperial clan, and her father was the legendary Yin Yang Emperor. Even the Yin Yang Emperor, who was invincible in the 9 heavens and made countless experts bow their heads, had never used an ancestral dragon to pull a chariot. Those were ancestral dragons, peerlessly powerful. The appearance of any ancestral dragon could cause a great commotion. Who is coming? Could it be an extreme path supreme being? Someone exclaimed. A figure stood on the chariot. It was an existence even more destructive than the sun. He drove the chariot over, and he was like a legendary heavenly emperor patrolling the skies. Banners fluttered behind the chariot. It was actually a powerful army of gods. There were 10,000 people in the army, and the killing aura they radiated was earth-shaking. Is that the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire? An expert from the grand primordial world cried out. The sacred prince had arrived with 9 dragons pulling the chariot. He was extremely powerful, which stunned everyone. Even Gu Ling's expression changed. The sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire was just too grand. How dare you? Even when my father was invincible in the 9 heavens, he didn't have such a grand display when he traveled. The old turtle stared at the figure on the chariot as the light in his eyes flickered. Using an ancestral dragon to pull a chariot was definitely an insult to the dragon clan. The old turtle also had dragon blood flowing through him because his father, the Grand Primordial Emperor, was an ancestral dragon. At this moment, the sacred prince glanced around from the chariot. He directly ignored all the experts before leading his army into the immortal's estate. Gu Ling and Qin Yao entered the immortal's estate as well. The moment they entered the celestial abode, the smell of blood surged into their noses. The inside of the celestial abode was a completely different world. In a desolate area, there were corpses after corpses, and the scarlet blood was so glaring to the eye. These were the corpses of the soldiers of the Pingtian Divine Empire and the army of the Wuji Empire. Gu Ling and Qin Yao discovered that there were still battle cries ringing out from up ahead. An almost immortal figure rose into the air and killed his way into a valley. Roar! The 9 ancestral dragons roared at the sky, shaking up the surroundings. However, a huge beast shadow appeared in the valley. A huge beast claw came out of the valley and grabbed an ancestral dragon, dragging it into the valley. Afterwards, the ancestral dragon's roar of despair rang out from the valley. Gu Ling and Qin Yao were both surprised. The battle in the valley up ahead was extremely terrifying. It had already become a terrifying battlefield where supreme experts fought. Something that could make supreme experts fight with their lives on the line was definitely something impressive. Gu Ling's instincts told her that there was definitely something that could drive the supreme experts crazy in the valley up ahead. Otherwise, the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire would not have personally taken action. They could vaguely hear a Buddhist chant from the valley. Clearly, the little monk, Fanxiu, was in there as well. I wonder if Di Jutian is in there or not. Qin Yao murmured as she stared at the valley filled with killing intent. Chapter 44-34. Gu Ling and Qin Yao finally entered the mysterious Immortals Estate. The ancient Immortals Estate had existed for who knows how long. It seemed like it had existed since the beginning of time. No one knew who the original owner of the estate was. However, there would definitely be great fortuitous encounters in a place like this. Even sovereigns would be moved, and quasi-sovereigns would go crazy. In reality, the quasi-sovereigns who had entered the Immortals Estate had already gone crazy. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds of collisions constantly rang out from a valley within the Immortals Estate. Extremely powerful pulses of power from quasi-sovereigns surged out, causing the entire valley to shake. If it were not for the support of the formation, the entire valley probably would have been destroyed long ago. Those guys, when Gu Ling and Qin Yao approached the valley, they could not help but leap in fright at the sight before them. The interior of the Immortals Estate was basically another world. They had only just entered, yet they had already encountered a battle on such a level. Roar! Blood surged in the valley as a huge beast slaughtered its way in and out. Its huge claws dripped with blood. It was the blood of a quasi-sovereign. Boundless murderous aura surged out from the beast's body, causing even the sky to change color. Qin Yao stared at the huge beast and became extremely stern. A scarlet blood barbaric dragon? Gu Ling was rather surprised when she saw the beast. She had never thought that she would see an ancient beast like that in the Immortals Estate. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon was an ancient species. Its name contained the word dragon, so it was a distant relative of the dragon clan. It was extremely violent and powerful. Adult scarlet blood barbaric dragons could hunt and eat ancestral dragons. Earlier, the barbaric dragon in the valley had caught an ancestral dragon that the sacred prince of the Pingtian Divine Empire was pulling into the valley and directly eaten it. Die, beast! At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the valley. A figure as resplendent as the sun directly rushed into the sky and threw a punch at the scarlet blood barbaric dragon. When that person punched out, the divine light that blossomed from his fist illuminated the entire world. Gu Ling could vaguely see a few figures rapidly retreating. The experts in the valley had no intention of joining forces with that person. The scarlet blood barbaric dragon roared and swatted towards the man with its huge claws. The beast's strength was extremely violent, and it collided with the man's fist. Rumble! It was as if hundreds of thousands of divine mountains had exploded. The heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the universe was overturned. The power of destruction swept out in all directions, and ancient Tao patterns appeared in the entire valley. Even in the void, there were Tao patterns appearing, freezing the void and protecting this valley. The world inside the Immortal Palace was protected by the power of the great Tao. Even if a quasi-supreme being were to attack with all their strength, It would be difficult for them to cause too much damage here. Of course, there would still be damage, but it wouldn't be too great, and it wouldn't destroy the world inside the immortal abode. Cracks appeared in the valley, but they quickly disappeared as if they had never appeared. This part of the world had the ability to repair itself. This was the attack of the sacred prince of the Pingtian Empire. The 9 ancestral dragons that pulled his chariot had been eaten by the scarlet-blood barbaric dragon, and the chariot had been destroyed as well, which made him utterly furious. He was tempted to blast the savage beast to pieces. However, reality was cruel. The scarlet-blood barbaric dragon was an adult, so it was extremely powerful. Even if it faced a group of quasi-sovereigns, it could still kill its way in and out. Even a few early quasi-sovereigns had died to its claws. The sacred prince was knocked back as blood oozed from the corner of his lips. The scarlet-blood barbaric dragon was knocked back as well. It stomped on the ground, causing huge cracks to appear. Blood dripped from its claws. At this moment, the other quasi-sovereigns were attacking an ancient divine hall in the depths of the valley. A ball of primordial light shone out from the divine hall. The primordial chi of the world was the ancestral chi of the world. All the quasi-sovereigns became extremely envious of it. They all wanted to attack the divine hall and take the ball of primordial light away. It was the ball of primordial light enshrined in the divine hall that almost drove the quasi-sovereigns insane. They went as far as to attack and kill each other. However, the divine hall was not large, but it was protected by formations. There were 9 stone golems, and every single one of them possessed the battle prowess of a peak quasi-sovereign. With the support of the formations, the battle prowess the 9 stone golems could display was even more shocking. They might be able to rival extreme sovereigns. At this moment, over a dozen quasi-sovereigns were attacking the divine hall, but none of them managed to kill their way in. The valley was littered with corpses. Basically, none of the corpses were complete. They were all saints at or above the saint realm. There were even quasi-sovereigns who had died. The valley had already turned into a slaughterhouse. The 9 stone golems were extremely powerful. Even the saintesses and godsons of the primordial world were helpless against them. Boom! The chaotic child struck out and clashed with one of the stone golems. He was directly forced back as blood dripped from his hand. So powerful! The chaotic child was shocked. The wound on his hand was healing rapidly. On the other side, the Heaven Equal Sect's godson, Chi Hao, was also testing the waters. However, just like the chaotic child, he was also forced back by a stone golem. He could not gain any advantage. There were faint electric sparks swimming around the bodies of these stone golems. They were not ordinary electric sparks, but chaotic electric sparks that could injure quasi-sovereigns. War puppets refined from chaotic thunder calamity stones? Chi Hao was shocked. There were 9 stone golems here, and every single one of them was refined from chaotic thunder calamity stones. This was definitely a great deal. One had to know that even a small piece of chaotic thunder calamity stone was difficult to find. It was an immortal material exclusive to extreme sovereigns and could be used to refine extreme Dao artifacts. Each of these 9 stone golems was no different from a real person. Such a large chaotic thunder calamity stone was definitely rare. Even an extreme sovereign would not be able to find one in the entire world. Not to mention the mass of primordial chi in the shrine. Even subduing any one of these 9 stone golems would be a great fortune. At this time, the other quasi-sovereigns were also attacking. Powerful quasi-sovereigns erupted and shook the void. However, all the quasi-sovereigns were forced back by the stone golems. A bunch of trash. A cold laugh was heard. A figure walked over from afar. It was a white-robed youth. He had delicate features, but was very arrogant. Yin and yang energies surged around the white-robed youth. These energies were different from the others. They moved according to a mysterious trajectory. They could gather and disperse, and sometimes even turn into nothingness. The everlasting palace's Ji Yao? Seeing the white-robed youth, the chaotic child and Chi Hao revealed a trace of disdain. They did not like this guy. The Everlasting Palace was a great sect in the primordial realm. There were many experts in the sect. This Ji Yao was the Everlasting Palace's current generation godson. He was very powerful. However, This Ji Yao was very wild and arrogant. He did not take the chaotic child in Qi Hao seriously at all. He thought that he was the strongest existence in the younger generation. Ji Yao directly charged into the formation of the stone golems. However, very quickly, this guy was punched by a stone golem. He was sent flying and vomited blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Haha. Chapter 44-35. Gu Ling and Qin Yao stood high up in the sky, watching the battle in the valley ahead. The sacred prince of the Pingtian Empire was extremely forceful. He actually fought the Scarlet Blood barbaric dragon endlessly. He was truly angered, or he would not have become entangled with the dragon instead of attacking the divine hall. It had to be mentioned that the sacred prince Pingtian really was outstanding. He was actually able to fight evenly against the Scarlet Blood dragon. The outcome of the battle could not be determined for a while. However, in the depths of the valley, outside the shrine's grand protective formation, there were quasi-supremes being injured or even killed. The sage-level experts had already retreated, leaving behind many corpses of sage-level experts on the ground. There were also corpses of quasi-supremes mixed in with the corpses of sage-level experts. A quasi-supreme being's physical body was extremely powerful and almost indestructible. Even if they died and left behind their corpses, the powerful aura emitted from their corpses would still make saints' hearts palpitate. As for those quasi-supremes who were still alive, their auras were even more terrifying. At that moment, Ji Yao, the divine prince of the Wuji Palace, who had appeared in a domineering manner and ignored the divine princes and saintesses of the grand beginning realm, was sent flying by a stone golem in the divine hall's protective array. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to even stand up for a moment. Haha, calling us trash? You're the trash among trash. Chaos Z laughed with a disdainful look on his face. Hee, this fellow thinks too highly of himself. He thinks he's invincible. A holy son of a large sect from the primordial beginning realm mocked. This isn't the limitless palace where you can act like a tyrant, someone said coldly. You. When Ji Yao heard the ridicule of the people around him, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a man shrouded in golden light walked over. An ant from the lower realm dares to appear here? Lowly creature. Scram. The divine sons and saintesses of the grand beginning realm were extremely disdainful when they saw this person. They wanted to chase this ant away like he was a fly. Humph. That person sneered as his body trembled. In the next moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation of the quasi-supreme being realm erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to ripple. Who are you calling an ant? Another figure walked out of the mist. This was a purple-clothed youth. He wasn't exactly handsome, and there was a vertical purple mark between his eyebrows that looked like a closed vertical eye. Jiang Yiqin? The golden-shrouded youth was a little surprised to see the purple-clad youth, golden-winged little Peng Emperor. The purple-clothed youth also recognized him. Humph! Our primordial world is the beginning of all worlds. We are high above. How can you ants from the lower worlds imagine us? The son of chaos glanced at the two of them coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. That's right, you lowly bastards. I can crush you with a single finger, and I can kill a whole bunch of you with a single slap. A blood-haired young man raised his chin high, and his face was filled with disdain. He was the demon son of the blood-hell demonic art from the primordial world, Blood Dark Child. These guys are too arrogant. In the distance, when Gu Ling saw this scene, she could not help but feel displeased. Did these fellows think that just because they came from the primordial realm, they were superior? Claiming to be invincible? Sister, these guys are blessed by nature. It's natural for them to be a little arrogant, Qin Yao said with a smile. Gu Ling frowned and said, even though these people are very strong, we are not weaker than them. Of course, Qin Yao said. While Gu Ling and Qin Yao were talking, Jiang Yiqin and the other quasi-supremes from the heaven realm and human realm had already confronted the divine sons and saintesses from the primordial world. At this time, some experts from the primordial world also entered the valley. Yi Lingtian, you're here too? Jiang Yiqin looked at the white-clothed youth with a serious expression. The white-clothed youth was very strong. There were 9 divine lights circling around him, and each divine light tore through the void. He was like the emperor of the 9 heavens, extraordinary and otherworldly. Yi Lingtian was the number 1 among the direct descendants of the Yi clan in the primordial world. He was trained by the Yi clan with all their might. If there were no accidents, he would be the future leader of the Yi clan. Jiang Yiqin knew about Yi Lingtian because he had fought with him before. Yi Lingtian crossed over to the Heaven Realm. After entering the Heaven Realm, he directly went to one of the great sects in the Heaven Realm and challenged the strongest expert of the sect. The result was shocking. He defeated the leader of the great sect with a single move. Then, Yi Lingtian swept through the Heaven Realm. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Not long ago, Yi Lingtian entered the human realm and went directly to the Jiang clan because he knew that the Jiang clan had a Runhuang. Such a cultivation family's inheritance was absolutely amazing. In fact, the Jiang clan did not disappoint Yi Lingtian. The Jiang clan produced Jiang Yiqin, the Jiang clan's little sovereign. The battle between Yi Lingtian and Jiang Yiqin lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The 2 great experts almost used their trump cards, but in the end, it ended in a tie. Yi Lingtian challenged the experts of the Heaven Realm and Human Realm everywhere. His only purpose was to sharpen himself. He and Jiang Yiqin did not fight to the death because it was not necessary. They were just exchanging pointers and communicating, not life and death. Yi Lingtian originally wanted to challenge Gu Ling, but he failed. When he found the ancestral land of the demon clan, Gu Ling had already gone to the western desert of the Heaven Realm to ask the little monk Fanxiu for the 20 drops of immortal divine liquid and the 3 golden Buddha fruits. An ant is an ant. No matter how strong he is just a slightly stronger ant. Chi Hao shook his head disdainfully. He had the confidence to look down on the experts of the Heaven Realm and Human Realm because he defeated Azure Dragon in a few moves outside the Holy Realm abode and even took away Azure Dragon's giant dragon halberd. Chi Hao, why are you still talking so much with this rubbish? Let's hurry up and get rid of these ants, then fight for the opportunities inside. The Chaos Child said impatiently. That's right. The group of divine sons and saintesses nodded. Kill. Blood Mingzi roared and turned into a ray of bloodlight, pouncing towards Yi Lingtian and the others. The smell of blood immediately spread. Oomph! Yi Lingtian sneered. In the next moment, the 9 rays of divine light circling around him immediately turned into 9 divine swords that slashed at the crimson light. The 9 sword lights flashed, and the ray of blood light formed by Blood Mingzi was immediately cut into more than a dozen pieces. However, although the ray of blood light was cut into more than a dozen pieces, it immediately reconnected and continued to pounce towards Yi Lingtian. Divine Sun Fist. Chapter 4436. Blood Mingzi was the demon son of the Blood Prison Demon Palace in the Primal Beginning Realm. He was a famous figure even among the younger generation of the top forces in the Primal Beginning Realm. The Blood Prison Demon Palace was no weaker than the Heaven's equal sect. Blood Mingzi was definitely an existence that could compete with the divine son of the Heaven's equal sect, Chi Hao. Moreover, the people of the Blood Prison Demon Palace were extremely murderous. They would often kill without saying a word. They were powerful, cruel, and overbearing. At this time, Blood Mingzi couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Yi Lingtian and the others. He directly attacked, wanting to kill all the ants in front of him. Blood Mingzi turned into a blood-devouring demonic light and charged at Yi Lingtian. In Blood Mingzi's eyes, Yi Lingtian's blood was the most vigorous. If he could devour this guy's blood essence, his cultivation would definitely improve a lot. At that time, no one here would be a match for him. Blood Mingzi's wishful thinking didn't work because Yi Lingtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He didn't know Yi Lingtian's background. If he did, he wouldn't be so confident. Boom. What awaited Blood Mingzi was a fist even more dazzling than the sun. This was the ultimate battle technique of the ancestral realm's Yi clan, the Great Sun Divine Fist. Rumble. An incomparably dazzling sun rose in the valley. The surrounding void was annihilated and evaporated. The blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into was also evaporating. Under Yi Lingtian's Great Sun Divine Fist, The blood-devouring demonic light that Blood Mingzi had turned into suddenly dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. What? The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all shocked to see this scene. There was a true dragon among these ants? How was that possible? Among the myriad worlds, only the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm stood high above, looking down on the billions of creatures in the lower worlds. They were destined to become true dragons above the 9 heavens in the future. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of Qi Hao and the others, Blood Mingzi's bloody light dissipated from Yiling Tian's punch, and he fell out of the void. Cough, cough. Blood Mingzi kept falling back, coughing up blood. How is that possible? Blood Mingzi found it hard to believe that this ant in his eyes could actually injure him. Moreover, it had only been a single punch. Now, who was the ant? Yiling Tian retracted his fist, and the divine light that illuminated the 9 heavens disappeared in an instant. You, Blood Dark Child, was both shocked and enraged by Yiling Tian's words. In his agitation, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Good, good, good. I never imagined that there would be a figure like you amongst the ants of the lower dimensions. How about this? You'll follow by my side in the future and be my servant. Qi Hao took a step forward and looked at Yiling Tian with his hands clasped behind his back. It was nothing for Yiling Tian to defeat Blood Mingzi. With his current cultivation, defeating Blood Mingzi was as easy as flipping his palm. Haha, Yiling Tian smiled. He was even a little speechless. These guys were too arrogant. At this time, they still wanted to take him in as a servant? What a moron. Brother Yi, why are you talking so much with these arrogant fellows? Let's get rid of these guys first. Jiang Yichen glanced at the divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world and said coldly. He didn't have a good impression of these guys at all. They thought they were superior, but in his eyes, weren't these guys just ants and trash? At this moment, a powerful figure appeared in the distance. A few experts watched on from afar. On the other side of the valley, the battle between the sacred Prince Pingtian and the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon was about to come to an end as well. Both of them had become bloodshot. Roar. The Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon constantly roared. It constantly spat out scarlet flames towards the sacred Prince Pingtian. This Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's body actually had several bloody holes that went through the front and back. Blood splashed everywhere. The barbaric dragon's blood was incomparably tyrannical. When it came into contact with the mountain rocks, it actually emitted black smoke and corroded the rocks. The sacred Prince Pingtian was like the sun in the sky. He radiated with boundless light. Every punch and kick he threw possessed great power, directly shaking the surrounding space. He was injured as well. There were 5 bloody marks on his abdomen and a hole on his chest. Through the hole, his beating heart could be seen. At their level of cultivation, physical injuries like this were basically negligible. However, they would still feel pain and bleed when they were injured. Kill. The sacred Prince Pingtian did not want to continue fighting, so he directly used the ultimate killing technique of the Pingtian Empire. His body seemed to burn, and his battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. What? The Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon was surprised. It never thought that the sacred Prince Pingtian could still increase his battle prowess even at a time like this. Secret technique of the flaming heavens. The sacred Prince Pingtian seemed to turn into a burning blur. He tore through the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's defenses in a single moment and sank into its body. The Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon roared out in fright. In the next moment, flames appeared on the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's body as well. Its huge body actually deflated like a ball. Very soon, the mighty Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon was reduced to a bag of bones. Even the Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon's soul had been set alight. In just a few seconds, the powerful and ferocious Scarlet Blood Barbaric Dragon collapsed on the ground, dead. In the sky outside the valley, Gu Ling could not help but frown when he saw this. The secret technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very strange and terrifying. A secret technique that directly burns the flesh, blood, and soul of the enemy. Even Qin Yao's expression changed. The killing technique that the sacred Prince Pingtian had used was very extraordinary. Boom! The moment the scarlet blood barbaric dragon collapsed, its huge corpse suddenly exploded. It was blasted to pieces, and a figure charged out. His vital energy surged as strange flames rose up from his body. He was the sacred Prince Pingtian. Although the sacred Prince Pingtian had used the secret technique of the flaming heavens, not only did his vital energy not weaken, but it became even more powerful instead. Even his wounds had vanished, as if he had never been injured in the first place. He only paused for a moment before turning around and charging into the depths of the valley. "Anyone who gets in my way will die." The sacred Prince Pingtian charged past and directly collided with over a dozen experts in front of him. The experts hurriedly retreated, but those who could not retreat in time were unlucky. 5 or 6 experts were smashed to pieces by the sacred prince who charged past them, exploding into a bloody mist. The experts who were not hit were scared out of their wits. The sacred Prince Pingtian's body was just too powerful. He did not even need to use any killing techniques to directly smash 5 or 6 experts from the heaven realm to death, shocking all the experts nearby. "Sister, this guy's body doesn't seem to be inferior to cultivators of the same level," Qin Yao exclaimed. "There are also powerful body tempering techniques in the primordial world, but they might not remember the body tempering techniques of us cultivators," Gu Ling said indifferently. Qin Yao smiled and did not say anything. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, the layer of mist above the valley dispersed, and a powerful ripple of energy spread out. The entire valley shook violently. Qin Yao looked over and saw a white-robed young man actually blocking the domineering sacred Prince Pingtian. The 2 experts' fists collided fiercely. The person who blocked the sacred Prince Pingtian was actually a fair-skinned fatty. This was unbelievable. At this moment, the 2 figures retreated. "Pure martial power," Gu Ling said with a deep voice. Gu Ling said in a deep voice. Who was this person? She was the true successor of martial arts. According to what she knew, there was only one successor of the martial ancestor in the heaven realm and human realm, and that was her father, Gu Fei. However, the power that the fatty had erupted with was definitely the most authentic martial power. Only those who had received the true legacy of martial arts could cultivate such pure martial power. What? Qin Yao was shocked when she heard that. She was the princess of the Qin clan. There was no doubt that the Qin clan was powerful. She knew very well that only Gu Fei's clan had received the true legacy of the martial ancestor in the human realm and human realm. Could he be the successor of senior brother Gu Zhong, who walked the ancient path of the human race? Gu Ling suddenly said. At this moment, the atmosphere in the valley was extremely tense. "Little fatty, do you want to die?" The sacred Prince Pingtian was immediately enraged when he was blocked. His blood surged as streaks of blood-colored divine light circled around him. They tore through space like blood-colored lightning. "Haha, what? I do want to die. Can you kill me?" The fatty laughed loudly. "Go die." The sacred Prince Pingtian could not be bothered to waste his breath on this fellow. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared into space. Humph. The fatty took a step forward and instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Boom. The ground where the fatty originally stood sank, causing dust to rise into the air. A figure charged out from the dust like a god of death, charging towards the fatty once again. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Although the fatty was fat, his movement technique was as fast as lightning. He shot into the air and slammed his palm towards the sacred Prince Pingtian below. Rumble. Boundless martial power erupted as a huge palm appeared in the sky. Like an ancient mountain, it smashed towards the sacred Prince Pingtian below. Heaven-covering palm? Seeing this, Gu Ling finally confirmed that the fatty was definitely her senior brother Gu Zhong's successor. The fatty's appearance was somewhat similar to Gu Zhong's. Could this guy be Gu Xiaofeng? Gu Ling suddenly thought of someone. Gu Xiaofeng was her senior brother Gu Zhong's son. The two of them had set foot on the human race's ancient path back then, and Gu Ling had not heard from them since. If it were not for the soul tablets left behind by her father, Gu Fei, she even suspected that the two of them had already died on the human race's ancient path. The sacred Prince Pingtian shot into the sky and directly threw a punch. The violent fist force seemed like it was going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Boom! Like two stars colliding, an unimaginably violent power erupted. The space was directly shattered, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky above the valley. Chapter 44:37. The sacred prince of the divine empire of the primordial world had actually been stopped by an unremarkable fatty. Who was this fellow? He actually dares to challenge His Royal Highness the Sacred Prince. This little fatty is simply courting death. Who is His Highness the Sacred Prince? He's the greatest person among the younger generation of the Pingtian divine empire. The divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely shocked. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out incessantly. The entire world was shaking as one black hole after another appeared in the void. It was formed by the explosion of the void. However, the immortal estate world was incomparably stable. Those black holes that appeared in the void quickly disappeared, and the shattered void was quickly repaired by the power of the immortal estate world. Two figures moved quickly in the void, violently attacking the array. That little fatty must be Gu Xiaofeng. In the distant sky, Guling, who was watching the battle, said with certainty, "Gu Xiaofeng?" Qin Yao was shocked when she heard this. Gu Xiaofeng's father was Gu Zhong, and Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. If this person was really Gu Xiaofeng, it would be too inconceivable. Even a grand disciple of Gu Fei was so powerful? Little fatty, die! The sacred prince roared out. With a wave of his right hand, a spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The light pierced through space. The spear in the sacred Prince Pingtian's hand turned into a shocking streak of light. It pierced through the surroundings and arrived before the little fatty in a single instance. Chaotic rebellion. Little fatty sneered and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaos reversal secret art. The next moment, the power of chaos burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding void to distort as if the world was being reversed. The streak of light that pierced towards the little fatty actually vanished in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly reappeared and pierced towards the sacred prince. What? You reversed my attack? The sacred Prince Pingtian was taken aback. He knew the power of his attack very well. Regular quasi-sovereigns would not be able to block it, yet Yi Fuyan had actually managed to turn his attack around. At this moment, the sacred Prince Pingtian extended his right hand and directly grabbed the ray of light that pierced towards him. The divine light dispersed, and a battle spear appeared in the sacred prince's hand. Haha, what do you think? You don't have the ability to kill me. Little fatty said with a laugh. Little fellow, if you provoke me, you will die a horrible death. The sacred prince roared furiously. In the next moment, he directly charged towards the little fatty with his spear. He did not use any killing techniques. He wanted to crush his opponent with absolute power. This was a method to break his opponent's divine art. The sacred Prince Pingtian was indeed powerful. He had only probed the other party's strength, but he had already seen through the other party's strength. Close combat with me? Little fatty was overjoyed. Martial artists were best at close combat. Once a martial artist got close to them, the cultivator would be in for a tragedy. Clang! Little fatty blocked with his hands. His palms slammed against the spear in little Supreme Pingtian's hand, and a metallic sound rang out. The sacred Prince Pingtian was truly moved. This guy's physical body was actually so powerful that he could take on a Tao artifact with his bare hands. How could such a powerful existence appear in this backward world? Ascend. Little fatty did not want to be entangled with this guy anymore. So he directly used the Ascend secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Rumble. A peerlessly powerful martial power erupted from little fatty's body. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed the sacred Prince Pingtian's spear. Kacha. Little fatty exerted force, and the spear in the sacred Prince Pingtian's hand broke into 2. The sacred Prince Pingtian was in disbelief. This guy did not use his full strength just now? The sacred Prince Pingtian was shocked by little fatty's sudden increase in battle prowess. It seemed that this guy had grasped a secret technique that could increase his battle prowess. The The sacred Prince Pingtian was directly pushed back. Roar! He roared furiously as streaks of blood-red light shot out from his body. He had used the flattening blood secret technique again, and all the blood in his body was burning. Whoosh! Like a blood-colored phantom, he pounced towards the little fatty. Just then, the extremely powerful scarlet blood barbaric dragon had died to the sacred prince's attack. The vigorous scarlet blood barbaric dragon had been sucked dry. Oh no! Gu Ling could not help but become nervous when she saw the sacred Prince Pingtian use this ability from afar. Even Qin Yao narrowed her eyes. The sacred Prince Pingtian's ability was definitely not inferior to those extreme abilities. Hee, you want to kill me with this move? The little fatty smiled slyly. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have become one with the void around him. Although he was standing there, no one could sense his presence. He was like a shadow, like an illusion, as if he did not exist in this world. The blood-red figure that the sacred Prince Pingtian had turned into actually charged past little fatty. It was unable to enter his body at all. What? The sacred Prince Pingtian's figure clearly emerged from the blood-red light. He was extremely shocked. He had never thought that this fellow could actually ignore his trump card. Even in the grand primordial world, there were not many people who could break through his ability. Boom! At this moment, little fatty shuddered and directly threw a punch towards the sacred Prince Pingtian. The violent force directly sent the sacred Prince Pingtian flying. How dare you! The sacred Prince Pingtian constantly coughed up blood. There was a huge flaw with the flattening blood secret technique. If he missed, he would be burning his own blood. In just an instant, the sacred Prince Pingtian's aura weakened significantly. The sacred Prince Pingtian glared at the fatty viciously. He knew very well that he could only cast the secret technique 3 more times at most. Once he failed to do anything to his opponent, he would burn his vital energy and die. What sacred prince? In my eyes, he's just a... Little fatty said in disdain. The people of the primal beginning realm were incomparably arrogant and thought that they were superior to others. This was why little fatty was very unhappy. He was not weaker than others, and he was not weaker than the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. Sacred Prince Pingtian was enraged. Every strand of his hair stood on end as he stared at the little fatty with a cold gaze. He had never been looked down on like this before, and this guy was an ant from a backward world in his eyes. He was actually mocked by an ant. Kill. Without wasting any time, the sacred prince charged towards the little fatty once again. He opened his mouth, and countless bolts of lightning immediately shot out, blasting towards the little fatty. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the surrounding space. However, the little fatty reached out with his right hand, and the countless lightning bolts bombarding him were actually caught in his hand. The countless lightning bolts turned into a ball of lightning in his hand. The sacred Prince Pingtian was completely dumbfounded. I'll return it to you. Little fatty waved his right hand, and the ball of lightning immediately flew out. It struck the sacred Prince Pingtian in an instant. The sacred Prince Pingtian shrieked miserably. In the next moment, he was enveloped by countless bolts of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the powerful power of lightning erupted, directly causing the sacred Prince Pingtian's hair to stand on end. His face was pitch black as black smoke rose from his body. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a horrible shape. Swish! There was a flash of light in the air, and in the next moment, the sacred Prince Pingtian's head flew into the air. Unknowingly, a sword had appeared in Little Fatty's hand. My strongest battle skill is the sword. Little Fatty did not even glance at the sacred Prince Pingtian's corpse. He directly stowed his sword away before looking in the direction of Gu Ling and Qin Yao. The sacred Prince Pingtian is dead? How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were all dumbfounded. They were extremely shocked and horrified. This lowly native had actually killed the sacred prince of Pingtian, a giant dragon? All the experts from the primal prime realm were in disbelief. The sacred Prince Pingtian was the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the primal prime realm's Pingtian divine empire. Someone as important as him had actually died here. The sacred Prince Pingtian would definitely cause an unimaginable disturbance once the news reached the Pingtian Divine Empire. The little fatty chuckled as he went up and searched through all the good things on the sacred Prince Pingtian. After the sacred Prince Pingtian was killed, his inner world directly became riddled with cracks. It was about to collapse very soon. Little Fatty was extremely bold. He had actually barged into the sacred Prince Pingtian's inner world that was about to collapse and searched through it thoroughly before emerging in satisfaction. Boom. Afterwards, the sacred Prince Pingtian's inner world directly collapsed. It shrank and turned into chaos. Everything in it was destroyed by the devastating power. What sacred prince? He's even poorer than me. He doesn't even have a proper supreme Tao artifact. The little fatty cursed. In reality, it was not that the sacred Prince Pingtian did not have a supreme Tao artifact. Instead, he had been killed before he could use it. The supreme Tao artifact on the sacred Prince Pingtian had fled as soon as he died. It wasn't that easy to obtain a supreme Tao tool. One must know that supreme Tao tools had a life of their own. To subdue a supreme Tao tool, it could only be done by a supreme Tao expert. Of course, if the supreme Tao artifact accepted someone as its master, the little fatty would be extremely lucky. However, a supreme Tao artifact with a master would never abandon its original master and accept someone else as its master. Just as the sacred Prince Pingtian was killed by the little fatty, Yi Lingtian and the god of the heavens equal sect from the primal prime realm fought outside the protective formation of the divine hall in the depths of the valley. Zhang Yiqin also began fighting against the chaotic child. Chapter 44:38. One had to say that the divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were indeed much more powerful than the cultivators of the same level in the heaven realm and the human realm. They weren't inferior to the saintesses of the heaven sects and the divine princes from the primal beginning realm at all. On the other hand, there weren't many quasi-supremes from the ancestral realm on Yi Lingtian's side. There were only 4 or 5 of them, including Yi Lingtian. However, there were more than a dozen divine princes and saintesses from the primal beginning realm. Each of them was the most outstanding descendant of a large sect in the primal beginning realm. After the battle broke out, Yi Lingtian and Zhang Yiqin found it difficult to resist. However, Yi Lingtian fought against Qi Hao of the Heavens Equal Sect and Zhang Yiqin fought against the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace, blocking the 2 most powerful existences in the primal beginning realm. On the other hand, the other divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were the quasi-supremes of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm. Boom! A red-haired divine prince of the primordial beginning realm sent a descendant of a large sect in the human world flying with a punch. He was extremely powerful. A saintess of a sacred ground in the primal beginning realm pointed with her finger. A descendant of a large clan in the heaven realm screamed as his forehead was pierced. He fell from the sky and died. The allied forces of the heaven realm, the human realm, and the ancestral realm were constantly being defeated by a group of divine princes and saintesses. Haha, these guys are so weak. Ants from the mortal realm dare to challenge a dragon? How laughable. Those who dare to covet the great creation here must die. The divine princes and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were very disdainful. They didn't care about the people of the human realm, heaven realm, and the ancestral realm at all. They saw them as ants and trash. Boom! A divine beast of the primal beginning realm spat out a divine fire, burning a divine prince of a sacred ground in the heaven realm to ashes. Roar! On the other side, a descendant of another divine beast of the primal beginning realm revealed his true form. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing 2 descendants of the barren ancient world from the human realm. Hee, the descendants of the black sparrow race and the sky-devouring tiger race are indeed worthy, a divine prince of the grand beginning realm said with a smile. The black sparrow race and the heaven-devouring tiger race were both divine beast races of the grand beginning realm. These 2 races had produced supreme existences, and their descendants were extremely powerful. They could stand shoulder to shoulder with the successors of the large sects and sacred grounds of the grand beginning realm. As the heirs of the primal beginning realm chased after the heirs of the heaven realm, human realm, and primogenitor realm, A little fatty walked over from afar. Haha, I didn't expect it to be livelier here than outside. The little fatty walked over with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. His bearing was extraordinary as he looked down on the world. It was as if he did not take these fierce and powerful grand beginning realm experts seriously at all. Who is this guy? The divine sons and saintesses from the grand prime world were all surprised when they saw the little fatty. They were all in the depths of the valley, facing off against Yilingtian and Jiang Yiqin. They had no idea that the little fatty had already killed the sacred prince of the Pingtian divine empire. At this moment, the defeated army of the three worlds fled in panic. Over a dozen experts from the human realm, heaven's realm, and primogenitor realm directly charged past the little fatty. In just a single moment, only Yilingtian and Jiang Yiqin remained, fighting against Qi Hao and the chaotic child. The other divine sons and saintesses could no longer interfere with a battle of this level. In particular, Yilingtian and Qi Hao's battle was even more earth-shaking. Yilingtian, Jiang Yiqin, you really are powerful. The little fatty glanced at the battle in the distance, and his eyes flickered with light. A battle of this level was exactly what he desired. It was difficult to find an opponent at his level of cultivation. Although the people before him seemed powerful, the little fatty had no intention of fighting at all. These people did not have the right to be his opponent. Oi, little fatty, get over here and die. An expert of the Black Sparrow clan said to the little fatty scornfully. What did you say? The little fatty turned around and looked at the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The corner of his lips curled up, revealing a sliver of disdain and arrogance. I dare you to say that again. The little fatty smiled wickedly. Haha, who does this guy think he is? The domain lord of the primogenitor realm? A divine son of the primogenitor realm said disdainfully. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan sneered. I will say it again. What can you do to me? Damn fatty, get over here and die. Very well, you have guts. Go to hell then. The little fatty stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The next moment, the expert of the Black Sparrow clan felt his body tighten, and his entire body flew towards the little fatty. What? The expert of the Black Sparrow clan was shocked. Boom! A ball of black flames erupted from the expert of the Black Sparrow clan. The black flames burned the void, causing it to distort and change shape. He wanted to break free from the power that enveloped him. However, the power was extremely powerful. Even though the expert of the Black Sparrow clan attacked with all his might, he still flew towards the little fatty involuntarily. The little fatty grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan wanted to struggle, but the next moment, he realized that he couldn't even move a finger. He was directly restrained. You want me to get over there and die? The little fatty said with a faint smile. Do you know who I am? Let me go, or you will die miserably. The expert of the Black Sparrow clan said fiercely, without the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. Is that so? The little fatty sneered. The next moment, the power in his hand shot out and directly turned the expert of the Black Sparrow clan into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit was directly shattered. What? He actually killed the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan? Does he know how much trouble he has caused? The ancestor of the Black Sparrow clan is probably going to go crazy. The experts of the Grand Prime Realm who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. No one thought that the little fatty would actually dare to kill the divine son of the Black Sparrow clan. Moreover, the combat strength that the divine son displayed was too weak. How could he be killed by the damn fatty in one move? What divine son? He's just a piece of trash. The little fatty clapped his hands and said, Damn fatty, go to hell. The quasi-supreme heaven-devouring tiger of the heaven-devouring tiger clan, a good friend of the Black Sparrow clan, roared angrily. It opened its mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the little fatty in one gulp. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the heaven-devouring tiger's mouth. The entire world shook as if it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. The heaven-devouring tiger clan was indeed very powerful. Their innate divine abilities were heaven-defying. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tiger's breath could probably directly swallow everyone in a city with a population of 10 million. If it was an extreme supreme level heaven-devouring tiger, it could really swallow the sky in one gulp. You want to eat me? The little fatty stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the powerful devouring power to envelop him. Although the devouring power was powerful, the little fatty was as steady as a primordial divine mountain. It was difficult to move him. The heaven-devouring tiger's mouth was already crooked, but it still couldn't make the little fatty move. How is this possible? The divine sons and saintesses of the grand prime realm were dumbfounded. This was the divine son of the heaven-devouring tiger clan attacking. This tiger saint had just swallowed an expert of the same level as him. Its ferocity was monstrous. However, the little fatty completely ignored the divine ability of the heaven-devouring tiger saint. The void around the little fatty was twisting and cracking. It was as if it would collapse at any time and be swallowed by the heaven-devouring tiger saint. What is this guy doing? Gu Ling and Qin Yao, who were watching the little fatty's power from afar, were somewhat confused. Given this guy's strength, it was enough to sweep away the so-called divine sons and saintesses of the grand prime realm. Was this guy playing with them? You want to eat me? I'll eat you first. The little fatty also opened his mouth and inhaled. The next moment, an even more powerful devouring power directly suppressed the heaven-devouring tiger. Then, the heaven-devouring tiger flew directly towards him, quickly shrinking, and was swallowed in one gulp. This. The divine sons and saintesses of the grand prime realm were directly stunned by this scene. This guy actually swallowed the heaven-devouring tiger saint in one gulp? Everyone's forehead was sweating. This little fatty was too terrifying. Haha, you guys still dare to say that there's no one in the heaven realm? A burst of loud laughter came from behind the little fatty. How dare you? The divine sons and saintesses from the grand prime realm were all shocked and angry. Some even became timid and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only 3 existences more powerful than ordinary divine sons and saintesses emitted endless battle intent. All right, I'm not playing with you anymore. Come over and accept your death, the little fatty said disapprovingly. Then, he turned around and said to the guys behind him, I'm from the human realm, not the heaven realm. Aha, it's actually our fellow countryman from the human realm. My fellow countryman is mighty. Fellow countryman from the human realm, you have to help us vent our anger. That's right. These beasts from the grand prime realm are too despicable. The morale of the experts from the human realm was immediately boosted, while the experts from the heaven realm were somewhat embarrassed. Hee. So it's a fellow cultivator from the human realm. We're allies on the same side. That's right, the human realm and the heaven realm are originally one family. The experts from the heaven realm smiled apologetically. Hee. The little fatty shook his head and didn't say anything. A divine son from the grand prime realm stared at the little fatty and said coldly, Damn fatty, you're courting death. Do you think you can still live after killing divine son Hei Kei and the heaven-devouring tiger saint? Hee, is that so? Those old crows and old heavenly tigers are going to jump out? Then let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill a pair. The little fatty's eyes suddenly became sharp as he glanced at the group of divine sons and saintesses from the grand prime realm. The aura of looking down on the world made the group of divine sons and saintesses almost unable to breathe. This guy, the group of divine sons and saintesses, was shocked again. The little fatty's aura was too powerful. It seemed to be even stronger than Qi Hao and the Son of Chaos. How could a lowly living being from the lower realm be so powerful? Kill. Chapter 44:39. In a valley in the divine mansion world, there was the primordial qi that cultivators yearned for. It was ancestral qi of heaven and earth. Even extreme supremes would be moved by it. One had to know that such a rare divine item was extremely rare. Obtaining a wisp of it was already a great fortune. But now, in the depths of this inconspicuous valley, there was a divine temple that was worshipping a mass of primordial qi. This was definitely enough to make these quasi-supremes go crazy. The divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm were also itching to kill their way into the divine temple and seize the primordial chi. However, there were 9 stone golems outside the divine temple, blocking the extremely powerful divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. This was a killing formation. The 9 stone golems were extremely powerful and could easily kill divine sons and saintesses who barged into the formation. Within the range of the stone golem killing formation, there were many corpses lying all over the place. Many cultivators who had entered the divine mansion world had died here. Among these corpses, there was a black flood dragon that was thousands of feet long. Even though it was dead, it was still extremely ferocious. This black flood dragon was the black flood dragon that had entered the divine mansion before. This black flood dragon came from the ancestral realm and was extremely powerful, but it had actually died here. Apart from this black flood dragon, there were 7 or 8 quasi-supremes that had died outside the divine temple. A white-haired old man had fallen on the steps in front of the divine temple. This old quasi-supreme had almost passed through the stone golem killing array, but he still fell on the steps in the end. He was only a few steps away from passing through the killing array, entering the divine temple, and obtaining the primordial chi. However, reality was cruel. He was only a few steps away, but the result was heaven and hell. If this old quasi-supreme could pass through the killing array, he would definitely reach the heavens in one step. Unfortunately, this old quasi-supreme had no ifs. At this time, outside the stone golem killing array, murderous intent soared into the sky. A little fatty directly charged into a group of divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. He raised his hand and blasted a divine son into a bloody mist. Even someone as powerful as the divine son of the primal beginning realm was killed by the little fatty with a raise of his hand. "Quick, spread out!" a divine son roared. However, the little fatty laughed and put his palms together. In the next moment, his palms parted and countless palm shadows shot out in all directions. Bam! 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 Muffled collisions were heard continuously. The divine princes and saintesses who were hit by the palm shadows were directly turned into clouds of blood mist. Even their essence souls were shattered. This was an indiscriminate attack. Everyone was extremely shocked. Little Fatty's attack had killed more than a dozen divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm. The sky full of palm shadows dissipated. Only 3 especially powerful existences were able to block the little fatty's attack. The others were all dead, and completely dead. Hee. What divine son and saintess? They're all trash that can't even take a single blow. To think that they would dare to strut around here. What a joke. Little fatty said in disdain. The 2 divine sons and the saintess were both shocked and furious. They had survived the little fatty's move, but the corners of their mouths were bleeding and their hair was in a mess. They were in an extremely sorry state. This guy's combat strength was too shocking. He was even more powerful than Chi Hao and Hun Hunzi. One had to know that even if Chi Hao and Chaos Child were to go all out, they wouldn't be able to kill more than 10 god sons and saintess in one move. In the eyes of the 2 god sons and saintess, the combat power that little fatty had displayed was simply heaven-defying. Useless chickens and pottery dogs, I'll just casually wipe them out. The little fatty was extremely domineering, directly taking action. A huge hand appeared in the void, grabbing at the 2 gods and a saintess. "Taiyu Saint, if you don't use your trump card now, when will you?" One of the divine princes exclaimed. "Humph." The other divine son sneered. At the next moment, he crushed the talismans in his hand, and a beam of divine light rushed out of his hand. The beam of light instantly turned into a heavenly saber, directly splitting the little fatty's hand in half. The shocking saber light broke through the little fatty's hand easily. It made a turn in the void and directly slashed at the little fatty at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Where the saber light passed, the little fatty's body was split in half. "Did you kill him?" The Taiyu Saint was surprised and overjoyed. The other god's son and saintess were also overjoyed. However, the next moment, their expressions froze. The figure that was split in half by the heavenly saber actually disappeared in the void. There was no blood at all. "Ha ha, disappointed. A voice that sounded as terrifying as hell to the Taiyu saint and the others was suddenly heard from behind them. They were so shocked that they almost fell from the sky. The Taiyu saint and the others turned around and saw the evil little fatty with his arms crossed, looking at them with a smug and mocking expression. Again, the Taiyu saint pointed at the little fatty with his right hand. The saber light that had yet to dissipate immediately changed direction in the void and slashed at the little fatty again. "I'll return it to you." The little fatty stretched out his right hand, and the chaotic energy immediately rushed out of his hand. The space in front of him immediately distorted. The moment the saber light slashed into the distorted void in front of the little fatty, it immediately turned around and slashed at the Taiyu saint. What? The Taiyu saint was shocked. This guy could actually reverse his attack. Wouldn't he be invincible if he had mastered such a divine ability? How is this possible? The other god's son and saintess were dumbfounded at the scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Roar! The Taiyu saint roared without hesitation and dodged with all his might. However, the saber light was too fast. In a flash, blood appeared and one of his arms fell off. "Old ancestor, save me!" The Taiyu saint roared, and a jade talisman on his chest suddenly exploded. A shadow immediately appeared in the void, and a terrifying pressure exploded from the figure. A wave of energy that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out from the figure. It was a black-robed old man. He was tall and mighty, and his angry glare was enough to frighten one's soul. The little fatty is going to be in trouble. Gu Ling frowned when he saw this scene from afar. These guys from the primordial world really had many life-saving methods. They even had an incarnation that was almost at the extreme Tao level. Only an extreme Tao Supreme could have such a powerful incarnation. It should be known that the combat power of an incarnation could not be stronger than the original body. The combat power of an extreme Tao Supreme's incarnation could only be infinitely close to that of an extreme Tao Supreme. An incarnation of an extreme Tao Supreme could not possibly be an extreme Tao Supreme as well. "Little guy, how dare you injure our god's son? How dare you?" As soon as the old man appeared, the entire void seemed to freeze. Endless law power spread out from his body and enveloped the entire place. The little fatty also became nervous. He could feel a dangerous aura from the incarnation. "Ancestor, kill him!" The Taiyu saint roared. At this moment, half of his body was dyed red with blood. One of his arms had been cut off by the sky blade, and he could not reattach it. This made him hate the little fatty to the core. Then kill him," the incarnation said as he directly attacked the little fatty with a palm. Rumble. The entire world shook. The incarnation's attack had shaken the world. What? The little fatty was finally moved. He wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, he realized that he could not even move a finger. He had been imprisoned by a powerful force. He could only watch as the other party's huge palm slammed down on his head. "How dare you? You're bullying the weak." The little fatty shouted in his heart. He could not even speak now. Roar. The little fatty desperately used his mystic art. A layer of divine light immediately surged from his body. In the next moment, he could move again. Boom. At the same time, the huge hand came crashing down, slapping little fatty down from the sky and into the ground. The Taiyu saint and the others were surprised and overjoyed. This guy is still not dead? The Taiyu saint and the others were extremely pleased. The god sons and saintesses of large sects and sacred grounds all had some trump cards. Of course, they would not use these trump cards unless they had no other choice. Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Ling's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, she disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, she was already in the valley and near the sacred hall. Roar. A deep roar came from the ground. Then, the ground exploded and dust rose into the sky. A figure rushed out from the ground, and a powerful aura exploded from the figure. The little fatty was not killed by the incarnation's palm. "Old man, you think you can kill me with just a mere incarnation? What a joke," the little fatty said as he patted the dust off his body. "Sister, you." At this time, Xin Yao came to Gu Ling's side. "Uncle Master." As soon as the little fatty saw Gu Ling, He immediately ran over, tidied up his clothes, and gave Gu Ling a formal bow. The Taiyu saint and the others were shocked to see the insufferably arrogant little fatty bowing to a masked woman. This woman was the damn fatty's Uncle Master? If the Uncle Master was already so powerful, wouldn't this Uncle Master be even more powerful? Where's your father? Gu Ling asked. Father didn't come. He went to see the Grand Master. Gu Xiaofeng said carefully. Oh, then continue. Gu Ling glanced at the incarnation and said, Uncle Master, I want to borrow something from you. Gu Xiaofeng said. What is it? Gu Ling was curious. Nothing much, just your Emperor's divine Jian. Gu Xiaofeng smiled. Chapter 4440. Gu Xiaofeng wasn't as honest as his father. He'd been full of tricks since he was young, and his personality was somewhat similar to that of the old turtle, the demon lord of the heaven realm. He didn't want to reveal his true strength too early, because it was his trump card. Therefore, he naturally thought of the human Emperor Divine weapon that Uncle Master Gu Ling possessed. The human Emperor Divine mace was a protective Dao tool that Gu Fei had given to Gu Ling. In Gu Ling's hands, this human Emperor Divine weapon could unleash an attack of the Supreme Emperor level. There didn't seem to be any power of heavenly punishment in this world of the immortal mansion. This was definitely a great thing for the Supreme Emperor level cultivators. However, using the power of the Supreme Emperor here could very well destroy the world of the immortal mansion. No one knew the ins and outs of this world of the immortal mansion, so they wouldn't act rashly. It should be known that these supreme existences who stood at the peak of the myriad realms were all extremely shrewd. You deserve to die. The Taiyu divine child was both shocked and angry. These guys dared to ignore him. That's right. These pieces of trash shouldn't live in this world. The old man looked coldly at Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Ling. In his eyes, creatures from the lower realm, no matter how strong they were just ants. Haha, is that so? Then let me, an ant, have a taste of what you so-called big shots have to offer. Gu Xiaofeng gripped the Emperor Divine Mace and stepped forward in the void. A powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the void around him to distort. Little guy, you really don't know what's good for you. As the old man spoke, he pointed with his finger and a beam of divine light shot out from his fingertip, piercing through Gu Xiaofeng. Oomph! Gu Xiaofeng sneered and waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand to disperse the divine light. Then, he swung the mace at the old man. What he couldn't stand the most were these people who thought they were high and mighty. He didn't use any magic or battle techniques, but Gu Xiaofeng's attack caused the surrounding void to crack. The old man seemed a little surprised. He then threw a punch at the Emperor Divine Mace. In the next moment, the old man was sent flying, and his entire right arm exploded into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. What? The Taiyu Divine Son, the other Divine Son, and the Saintess were shocked when they saw this. The Taiyu Divine Son's patriarch was an incarnation that was infinitely close to the extreme grade. How could his arm be destroyed by this damn fatty? Whoosh! Gu Xiaofeng took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up and swung his truncheon again. The old man was shocked. Bam! The old man's entire body exploded from Gu Xiaofeng's attack. How is this possible? Taiyu Divine Child was stunned by the scene in front of him. His ancestor's incarnation was destroyed by this fatty. That was his trump card. Run! The other Divine Prince and the Saintess immediately turned around and rushed out of the valley. Do you think you can escape? At that moment, a figure with dazzling golden light came from afar. Two golden divine wings spread out from the person's back. The man flapped his wings and beams of golden light turned into shocking sword rainbows, slashing at the Divine Prince and the Saintess in an overwhelming manner. All the metal elemental power in the world seemed to be attracted by the figure, and the sharp metal chi filled every inch of the void. Infinite heavenly fire. The Divine Prince was both shocked and furious. He let out a roar, and a ball of divine fire immediately burst out of his body, burning the void to the point where it was annihilated. The peerless swordlight that came slashing down one after another was blocked. The void around the divine sun formed a powerful domain. The golden sword lights were shattered when they hit the domain, turning into countless beams of golden light that dissipated in the void. At the same time, the Saintess opened an umbrella of chaos. The sword lights that were slashing at him were blocked by a ball of chaotic divine light that exploded from the umbrella of chaos. The chaotic aura was vast and mighty. The divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were quite capable. It should be pointed out that only fierce dragons dared to cross the river. Since they dared to enter the divine mansion world, they had to have something to rely on. Oomph! The newcomer sneered. He grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a golden spear immediately appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the cultivator took a step forward and appeared in front of the divine sun in an instant. The next moment, the spear in his hand had already pierced into the divine sun's domain. The spearhead pierced through the divine sun's chest and lifted him up. Roar! The divine sun roared ferociously, grabbing the spear tightly with both hands. Die! The man's hand that was holding the spear shook. Bam! The divine sun was directly turned into a bloody mist by the power that erupted from the spear. His body and soul were both destroyed. The saintess next to him was scared out of her wits. She immediately used the chaotic umbrella to protect herself, broke through the void, and went far away in an instant. Just at this moment, a gigantic hand grabbed out at that holy girl. With a single grab, the holy girl was crushed into pieces. Even the primal chaos umbrella was shattered into pieces. At that moment, only the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm, the Taiyu divine son, the chaotic child, and the heaven equal sect's divine son, Chi Hao, were still alive. On the other side of the valley, the chaotic child and Jiang Yiqin were engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was extremely fierce and terrifying. The shockwaves spread out, causing the surrounding void to crack continuously. The two cultivators were covered in blood, especially the chaotic child. There was a bloody hole in his chest that was still oozing blood. There were even a few scratches on his shoulder that revealed his bones. Jiang Yiqin was also injured. However, his injuries were much lighter than Han Juan's. Oomph! You're only SOSO. How dare you ignore everything and treat us like ants? What a joke! Jiang Yiqin said disdainfully as he attacked. The chaotic child was shocked and angry. He had never imagined that the living beings of this backward world would be so powerful. This was completely beyond his expectations. What? If this is all you've got, I'll send you on your way. The corners of Jiang Yiqin's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. You? Chaos Child sneered. His body shook and a violent force erupted from his body. Chaotic chi filled the air and enveloped a part of the void. The chaotic chi quickly condensed, and a large chaotic hand appeared in the void. It slapped at Jiang Yiqin. Boom! Boom! The large chaotic hand shook the heavens and the earth and enveloped Jiang Yiqin. Heavenly Eye, open! Jiang Yiqin roared. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. With a flash of divine light, the huge chaotic hand that was grabbing down from the sky was split in half. After the divine light broke the large chaotic hand, it continued to pierce through the chaotic child. The chaotic child abruptly retreated. At that moment, in another place, Yi Lingtian and Chi Hao were fighting to the point where the void collapsed. The sun and moon lost their light and the entire valley was shaking. Only the area covered by the stone golem killing formation was unaffected by any power. The 9 stone golems stood quietly in the killing formation, motionless. However, once someone broke into the range of the killing formation, the 9 stone golems would attack immediately and kill the intruder. Within the killing formation, blood mist filled the air and corpses littered the ground. It was definitely not an easy task to obtain the Hongming Qi in the temple within the killing formation. Of course, the Hongming Qi was extremely precious and it was worth risking one's life for. However, everyone only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. However, once they obtained the Hongming Qi, they would soar into the sky and have the opportunity to break through to the extreme grade. The extreme grade supremacy was an existence that stood at the peak of the universe. Boom! Yi Lingtian's divine sun fist crushed the void. Every punch created a huge hole in the void. It was extremely powerful. Even Qi Hao did not dare to take a punch from him head-on. Qi Hao was also impressive. He moved quickly like a phantom, searching for Yi Lingtian's flaws. However, the divine sun fist was a perfect battle skill without any flaws. It was not difficult to break through this battle skill as long as Qi Hao had overwhelming power. Using fist to break fist and force to break force was the simplest and most direct method. However, it was a pity that Qi Hao did not have the so-called overwhelming power before Yi Lingtian. Therefore, if he did not use his trump card, Qi Hao could not defeat Yi Lingtian at all. Good, very good. Lowly lower realm creature, you should be proud that you forced me to use my trump card, Qi Hao said through gritted teeth as he attacked. Haha, show me what you've got. Yi Lingtian laughed. Although the guy from the primordial realm was strong, he was still weaker than Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian was very curious about his trump card. Just as Yi Lingtian forced Qi Hao to use his trump card, Tai Yu Divine Child met a tragic end. Gu Xiaofeng's divine mace smashed his head. Tai Yu Divine Child's body spun twice on the spot before he fell to the ground and fainted. Hee. Gu Xiaofeng walked forward and robbed Tai Yu Divine Child. Then, he grabbed him and threw him into the stoneman killing formation. Don't. Save me. Tai Yu Divine Child, who had fallen into the stoneman killing array, immediately woke up. When he looked around, his face turned pale. He had personally witnessed many experts who were not much weaker than him being killed by the 9 stonemen in the killing array. Tai Yu Divine Child hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out of the formation. However, a stone golem had already appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Heavy footsteps came from all directions. Needless to say, the other stonemen were coming to surround him. Get out of my way. Chapter 44-41. The Tai Yu Divine Child was the current divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. He was the number 1 of the younger generation in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. He had only cultivated for 1,000 years, but he was already a peak quasi-supreme. Although his cultivation speed was not unprecedented in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground, it was still shocking. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the Tai Yu Sacred Ground was one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The cultivation resources in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground were terrifying. As the divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground, he naturally had the full support of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Even he had an avatar of one of the patriarchs of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The talisman used to store avatars was not easy to refine. The patriarch of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground had used his avatar to protect the divine child. From this, one could see how important the divine child was in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. If the divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground died in the immortal abode, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. But so what? Gu Xiaofeng didn't care about all of this at all. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill, and he would do as he pleased. If he was entangled by all sorts of complicated matters and was afraid of the consequences, then he was bound to be unable to become a supreme expert, and it was impossible for him to stand at the peak of the myriad of worlds in the universe. Gu Xiaofeng directly threw Tai Yu Godchild into the killing array outside the temple. The divine child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground no longer had the arrogance of a divine child of one of the best cultivation sacred grounds in the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. One had to know that this killing formation had killed quite a few quasi-supreme being existences. Even Chaotic Child and Divine Child Qi Hao did not dare to barge into this killing array. The cultivation of Chaotic Child and Divine Child Qi Hao was above the Divine Child of the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. The Chaotic Battle God Palace and the Heaven Equal Sect were no weaker than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. One had to know that the Heaven Equal Sect was known as the Heaven Equal Sect. The Heaven Equal Sect was stronger than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Qi Hao's cultivation and combat power were much stronger than the Tai Yu Sacred Ground. Quasi-Supremes were also divided into different levels. Even among peak Quasi-Supremes, there were strong and weak ones. Divine powers, cultivation methods, physique, battle skills, and so on were enough to determine a person's strength. A peak Quasi-Supremes who cultivated a superior cultivation method were definitely stronger than a peak quasi-supremes who cultivated a medium cultivation method. In any world, in any heaven and earth, the weak were just ants. Only the strong could obtain everything and control everything. Now, Taiyu Godchild's intestines were green with regret. He shouldn't have come here to fight for the great fortune of the immortal abode. He shouldn't have looked down on these ants from the lower world. However, it was too late now. Boom! A stone man strode over and threw a punch at Taiyu Divine Child, sending him flying. He coughed up blood continuously. Bam! Another golem rushed forward and kicked Taiyu Divine Child into the sky like a ball. Who? A stone man soared into the sky and caught up with Taiyu Divine Child in an instant. Then, he stomped on the ground. Bam! Taiyu Divine Child was stomped down from the sky by the stone golem. He fell from the sky like a meteor to the ground. I can't accept it. Taiyu Godchild's body was nearly smashed by the attacks. Even with his protective Tao treasure, he could not block the attacks. The stone men were just too strong. Taiyu Godchild was shocked. The shrine's protective killing array was definitely at the supreme being level. Be it the stone golem or the array, only an extreme-grade supreme being could use such a method. After all, the 9 stone giants within the killing formation were all refined from chaotic calamity lightning rock, and every single one of them was an existence akin to a peerless ancestor of lightning. Every single move they made carried vast destructive energy that seemed capable of destroying everything. Taiyu Divine Child did not want to die. However, it was no longer up to him to decide. Boom! Before he could land on the ground, another stone golem rushed over and punched Taiyu Divine Child's body. The violent power of the thunder tribulation exploded and dazzling lightning tore through the void. Several balls of divine light emerged from the Taiyu Divine Child's body. The last few protective Tao treasures shattered. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Dead? Gu Xiaofeng chuckled at the sight. Is he really dead? Gu Ling and Qin Yao were puzzled. Given Taiyu Divine Child's cultivation, he could not even last a dozen breaths in the killing formation. The mist of blood dissipated and Taiyu Divine Child disappeared completely. However, just when Gu Xiaofeng thought that Taiyu Divine Child was dead for sure, a figure appeared in the void without any warning. Rumble. The power of the killing formation was released. Dazzling chaotic lightning began to appear on the 9 stone men. It was as if the 9 great chaotic supreme beings were awakening. Death Substitution Talisman? Gu Xiaofeng stared at Taiyu Divine Child in the middle of the formation. His eyes narrowed. He knew very well how precious such talismans were. They could be used as a substitute for death. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Such talismans were rare even in the heaven realm and human realm. However, they could be found in the ancestral realm. The materials needed to refine such talismans were hard to come by. Even if they were found, only an extreme supreme being could successfully refine them. Even Gu Ling and Qin Yao were surprised that Taiyu Divine Child had a death substitution talisman with him. The 9 stone men charged at Taiyu Divine Child. Damn it! Taiyu Divine Child rushed out of the killing array. The 9 stone golems were too terrifying. Once he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. However, the strength of the 9 stone men far exceeded his imagination. A single punch turned Taiyu Divine Child into a mist of blood again. In the next moment, Taiyu Divine Child appeared at the edge of the killing formation. He used the Death Substitution Talisman again. If he hadn't used the Death Substitution Talisman, he would have been obliterated by the stone golem long ago. Just as Taiyu Divine Child was about to rush out of the killing formation, a mace smashed into his head and sent him flying back. Taiyu Divine Child was enraged. He was so close to escaping but was sent flying back. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Before the Taiyu Divine Child could react, a fist pierced through his chest. Taiyu Divine Child looked at the fist that pierced through his chest in shock. Bam! Taiyu Divine Child shrieked in pain as his entire body shattered. Still not dead yet? Gu Xiaofeng said proudly. Not necessarily. Gu Ling shook his head. As expected, Taiyu Divine Child reappeared in the distance. Whoosh! This time, he directly crushed a special talisman, and a ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. Bam! A stone man rushed over and punched the ball of divine light on Taiyu, divine child's body. How dare you force me to use this talisman? Taiyu, divine child, felt his heart ache. The stone man's punch was powerful enough to destroy an ancient divine mountain. However, he didn't move an inch when it came into contact with the ball of divine light around Taiyu, divine child. This is... Gu Ling's eyes lit up when he saw this. Extreme Dao protection? Qin Yao exclaimed. This Taiyu, divine child, had such a treasure with him? The extreme Dao protection was also a type of talisman. However, it was much harder to make than the death substitution talisman because it was the power of the extreme Dao. Even an ordinary extreme supremacy would not be able to seal the power of the extreme Dao in a talisman. Only supremacy above the intermediate level of the extreme Dao could use such a technique. There must be more than one extreme supremacy behind this fella's back. But so what? Gu Ling and Qin Yao didn't think much of it. Whoosh! Taiyu, divine child, charged out of the killing formation. Boom! Bam! One stone man after another attacked him. In an instant, he was punched 13 times and kicked 11 times. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died many times over. However, the 13 punches and 11 kicks still couldn't move the ball of divine light around Taiyu, divine child. The killing formation's power continued to increase. When Gu Ling saw this, she could not help but be moved. This killing formation was very powerful. Even if she made a move, she would only have a 30 to 40% chance of passing through it. Taiyu, divine child, had already charged out of the killing formation. Damned fatty! You deserve to die! Taiyu, divine child, was enraged. He had used all his trump cards, and the one who caused this was the fatty in front of him. My death substitution talisman and the extreme Dao protection talisman. Taiyu, divine child's heart was bleeding. He had used all his trump cards. Even if he returned to the Taiyu sacred ground, he would still be punished by his master. Die. Gu Xiaofeng didn't want to waste time with this fella. He charged at Taiyu, divine child, and smashed the divine light of Taiyu, divine child, with the emperor's divine mace. Buzz. The divine light of Taiyu, divine child, shook violently. In the next moment, Gu Xiaofeng felt a powerful force coming from the emperor's divine mace. After that, he was blasted away, and the mortal emperor divine mace in his hand was almost knocked out of his grasp. Blood seeped out of Gu Xiaofeng's hand that was holding the emperor's divine mace. Humph! Gu Xiaofeng glared at Taiyu, divine child. The extreme Dao protection talisman cannot be broken. Qin Yao shook her head. This power had already surpassed the power of the extreme Dao. No one could break the extreme Dao protection talisman unless they were an extreme supreme. The immortal mansion world was a different world. There was no power of heavenly punishment here. Haha, you want to kill me? Damn fatty, do you have what it takes? Taiyu, divine child, laughed maniacally. This, Gu Xiaofeng was both shocked and angry. He didn't expect Taiyu, divine child, to have such a move. The extreme Dao protection talisman was made by an extreme supreme. A quasi-supreme would never be able to break it unless Gu Xiaofeng could awaken the emperor's divine mace. However, it was impossible for him to awaken the emperor's divine mace. Clang! Suddenly, a sword chime was heard. In the next moment, a sword light flashed past. Taiyu, divine child's laughter suddenly stopped. The layer of divine light around him was split in half, and a line of blood appeared on his forehead. He can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't, Gu Ling said indifferently. I can't accept this. Taiyu, divine child's divine will dissipated in the void. In the next moment, his body was split in half and fell to the ground. Breaking the extreme Dao with one sword? Chapter 44-42. Gu Ling's slash directly broke through the divine child's protective power and split him in half. Even his Yuan Shun was annihilated by the slash before it could escape. The experts watching the battle from afar were shocked. They did not even see how Gu Ling had attacked. Gu Ling's attack was too fast. It was so fast that even the Taiyu, divine child, had died before he could react. Uncle Master, Gu Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. He knew very well how powerful the Taiyu divine child's extreme defense was. Not even the Emperor's divine mace could break through it. However, Gu Ling had destroyed such a powerful defense with a single attack. The power of Gu Ling's attack was too terrifying. Junior sister, Qin Yao looked at Gu Ling in shock. She could not help but be moved. Gu Ling's attack was too shocking. Even she would not be able to dodge it. Of course, as the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao's life-saving techniques were much stronger than the Taiyu divine child's. It would not be easy for Gu Ling to defeat her. The battle between Jiang Yiqin and the chaotic child had reached its final stage. Rumble. Endless chaotic energy erupted from the chaotic child's body. Every strand of chaotic energy was heavier than a mountain and could destroy everything. This was the power of chaos. The chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace possessed the chaotic Taoist body and was naturally close to the power of chaos. With a wave of his hand, streaks of chaotic lightning shot towards Jiang Yiqin. The chaotic lightning tore through the void. Jiang Yiqin snorted coldly. He immediately opened up a space and blocked all the chaotic lightning outside of this space. Whoosh! At the same time, a beam of divine light shot out from between Jiang Yiqin's eyebrows and pierced through the chaotic child. The speed of this divine light was extremely fast. It directly broke through the layers of chaotic aura and pierced through the body of the son of chaos, bringing out a cloud of blood mist. That was chaotic blood. Every drop was filled with chaotic energy. Roar! The chaotic child roared and retreated. However, Jiang Yiqin chased after him like a shadow. I will send you on your way. Jiang Yiqin put his hands together and slashed at the son of chaos. Dazzling saber light burst from his hands, as if he was going to split heaven and earth in half. Kill! Chaos child roared madly and attacked immediately. Chaotic energy erupted from his body, and a huge shadow rushed out of his body to meet the saber light that was slashing down. However, the saber light was unstoppable. It directly split the figure that had rushed out of Chaos Child's body in half, and it dissipated into the void. What? The Chaos Child was extremely shocked. This fellow was still holding back his strength? Without thinking, he dodged to the side. However, this saber light was extremely fast. In a flash, blood appeared, and the left half of Chaos Child's body was chopped off. This saber strike was incredibly powerful and contained terrifying power. The saber chi directly invaded the Chaos Child's body, destroying his life force. In an instant, Chaos Child seemed to have aged a few hundred years. He looked extremely exhausted, and the aura on his body became very weak. Jiang Yiqin's saber strike almost caused Chaos Child to fall from the quasi-supreme level to the holy venerate level. What kind of saber is this? Chaos Child's hair turned white, and he looked a little old. His chi and blood were declining, as if he was getting old. This saber is called time. Jiang Yiqin said calmly. What a saber of time! Chaos Child's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect Jiang Yiqin to have mastered such a supreme power. He had cut off his own time with a saber strike. However, in the next moment, Chaos Child's chi and blood became vigorous again. His white hair instantly turned black, and his eyes shone with a dazzling divine light. Chaos Child's entire body became stronger again. The chi and blood in his body were vast, and rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. The aura that erupted from his body seemed to be even stronger than before. Jiang Yiqin was shocked. What was wrong with this fellow? How could he recover so quickly after being struck by his saber of time? In fact, what Jiang Yiqin did not know was that Chaos Child had just secretly integrated an item from his inner world into his body without anyone noticing. Even a guy like the Taiyu Divine Son had 3 death substitution talismans and 1 extreme Tao protection talisman. The chaotic god of War Palace, where Chaos Child was from, was even more powerful than the Taiyu sacred ground. The Chaos Child also had many trump cards. The divine sons and saintesses of the primordial world would not dare to come out if they did not have trump cards. Since he dared to come out, he must have a few trump cards to protect himself. You wasted one of my origin of chaos. Even if you die 10 times, it won't be enough. Chaos Child glared at Jiang Yiqin and gritted his teeth. I did not expect you to have such a treasure. Jiang Yiqin smiled faintly. He was the Jiang family's little supreme martial artist. There was a genuine human emperor patriarch in the family. Although the origin of chaos was a good thing, he had seen it before. Kill. Chaos Child's battle strength soared after integrating the origin of chaos into his body. He took a step forward and directly punched at Jiang Yiqin. Rumble. Chaos Child's punch caused the entire world to shake. The punch shook the void, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. That's more like it. Jiang Yiqin smiled. He used his fingernail to cut his right middle finger, and a drop of blood flew out. I'll let you see the real cut of time, Jiang Yiqin said as he waved his right hand. The drop of blood immediately bloomed with endless blood light, and the whole world was illuminated with blood-red light. Blood-dripping divine blade, cut time with one cut. Jiang Yiqin used a drop of true blood to transform into a blood-red divine blade. The blade cut through the mighty and terrifying chaotic fist force and immediately cut into the Chaos Child's body. Roar. Chaos Child immediately roared when the blood blade entered his body. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of the mysterious experts watching the battle, his hair turned snow-white, and his entire body aged rapidly. His skin became wrinkled, and his teeth fell out. He looked as if he had aged hundreds of thousands of years and was about to die of old age. How is this possible? Chaos Child's voice also became extremely old. Boom. The void collapsed, and Chaos Child's inner world exploded. Countless divine objects flew out. He was so weak that he could no longer control his inner world. His entire body was blown into pieces, and half of his body had disappeared. Jiang Yiqin did not stand on ceremony. He immediately kept all the treasures that flew out of Chaos Child's inner world into his own inner world. Chaos Child's inner world was extremely rich, and ordinary quasi-supremes would be jealous. However, no one dared to compete with Jiang Yiqin for Chaos Child's things. Time to go. Jiang Yiqin took a step forward and instantly arrived above Chaos Child. He then stomped his foot down. Bam! Chaos Child did not even have time to scream before he was crushed by Jiang Yiqin's stomp. Even his primordial spirit was shattered, and he was dead. After killing the Son of Chaos and destroying his inner world, Jiang Yiqin had reaped a great harvest. However, an extreme Dao weapon had flown out of the void. Jiang Yiqin was very surprised that there was a supreme Dao weapon in Chaos Child's inner world. However, he knew that it was not that easy to subdue a supreme Dao weapon. Outside the valley, someone tried to stop the supreme Dao treasure. However, in the next moment, the divine light formed by the supreme Dao treasure rushed over and directly blasted that person into a cloud of blood mist. He died instantly, and his Dao vanished. The supreme Dao weapon transformed into a divine light and shot out of the immortal mansion world. Just as it was about to rush out of the immortal mansion world, a huge hand reached out from the immortal mansion world and grabbed the supreme Dao weapon. Who dares touch my Dao weapon? An old voice suddenly rang out from the extreme Dao treasure. Humph! A cold laugh came from the depths of the immortal mansion world. In the next moment, the large hand that grabbed the supreme Dao weapon exerted force and directly obliterated the brand within the supreme Dao weapon. The supreme Dao weapon was then dragged into the depths of the immortal mansion world. Roar! Just as the mysterious expert grabbed the supreme Dao weapon of Chaos Child, an angry roar came from a temple in the depths of the primal beginning realm that was shrouded in primal chaos chi. The entire primal chaos zone shook because of this angry roar. What's going on? Why is Supreme Elder Tsangmye so angry? In the primal chaos zone, countless disciples of the chaotic war deity palace were extremely shocked. Even some of the older experts of the chaotic war deity palace who were in seclusion walked out and looked at the temple. Swoosh! A terrifying figure dashed out of the divine hall and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Just as Supreme Elder Tsangmye left, an old man in primal chaos divine robes walked out from the depths of the primal chaos zone. This old man looked in the direction where Tsangmye had disappeared. In his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars were descending. It was a shocking sight. At this time, in the valley of the immortal mansion world, Jiang Yiqin did not know that he had killed the Son of Chaos and provoked a terrifying existence. After killing the son of chaos, he opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows and scanned the killing formation in front of him. He wanted to find a way to break this killing formation. A flawless killing formation? Jiang Yiqin was shocked. Under his eye of heaven, the entire killing formation appeared in his mind. Countless densely packed formation patterns formed the killing formation and filled the void in front of him. He could not find any flaws. A killing formation without flaws was a flawless killing formation. Only when one cultivated the great path to the great perfection realm, which was the extreme grade realm, could one set up a flawless killing formation. A flawless formation? Gu Ling walked over. Greetings, Brother Gu. Jiang Yiqin hurriedly clasped his hands at Gu Ling. Gu Ling was Gu Fei's daughter. He did not dare to slight her. It should be known that Gu Fei was friends with the patriarch of the Renhuang family. Gu Fei had a good relationship with the Jiang family, especially with Jiang Renhuang. To Gu Fei, Jiang Renhuang was both a teacher and a friend. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. Gu Ling looked at the killing formation of the stone men and said calmly, Chapter 44-43. Jiang Yiqin killed the chaotic child of the chaotic god of War Palace. At this time, only Gu Ling, Qin Yao, Gu Xiaofeng, and Jiang Yiqin were left in the depths of the valley. On the other side, Yi Lingtian and Qi Hao were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Lingtian was from the ancestral realm's Yi clan. The Yi clan was definitely one of the top forces in the primordial realm. The patriarch of the Yi clan was a supreme existence who had walked a different path to eternity. As the heir of the ancestral realm's Yi clan, Yi Lingtian had the best cultivation resources. He was only half a step away from becoming an extreme grade supreme. However, he was stuck at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm and could not take that half a step. That was why he decided to travel the universe in search of an opportunity to break through to the extreme grade supreme. Otherwise, as one of the heirs of the Yi clan, he would not have appeared in the heaven realm. An ant will always be an ant. You want to become a dragon? Dream on. Qi Hao, the heaven-equal sect's divine child, was arrogant and looked down on everything. As he waved his hands, 10 rays of divine light turned into sword rainbows and slashed at Yi Lingtian. Each ray of sword light easily cut through the void as if it could destroy everything. Haha, I am a dragon. I don't need to become one. But you, who knows where you came from? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Lingtian said coldly. He clasped his hands together and yin-yang qi circulated between his hands. A Tai Chi yin-yang diagram immediately appeared in front of him. Buzz. The yin-yang Dao diagram shook and unexpectedly swallowed up the 10 sword lights that slashed towards it. Yin-yang Dao? Qi Hao was shocked. He did not expect this guy to cultivate the yin-yang Dao. It was one of the most difficult Dao to cultivate. Even in the heaven realm, only the yin-yang Great Emperor could cultivate the yin-yang Great Dao to the extreme. The yin-yang Emperor was the ancestor of the Qin clan. Qin Yao also cultivated the yin-yang Dao. She had the bloodline of her father, the yin-yang Emperor, and was naturally close to the yin-yang Dao. This made her cultivation speed much faster than ordinary people. However, the supreme bloodline of the yin-yang Emperor had become a huge obstacle for her to become an extreme supremacy. In fact, the descendants of extreme supremes faced the same problem. Whether it was Qin Yao, Old Tortoise, or even Yi Lingtian, it was much more difficult for them to become supremes compared to other quasi-supremes. However, once they succeeded, they would definitely become kings among supreme beings, almost unmatched in the same level. Of course, the problem was that Old Tortoise and the others had to succeed. If they didn't succeed, they would forever be stuck in the quasi-supreme being realm. It would be difficult for their cultivation to advance any further, and they might even face the danger of dying. The great Tao of Yin and Yang is nothing special. How can it compare to my limitless great Tao? Qi Hao said disdainfully. He extended his right hand, and a ball of divine light immediately emerged from his palm. Wherever this ball of divine light passed, the void was silently annihilated, obliterating everything and turning everything into nothingness. This is the limitless power. No matter what great Tao you have, in front of my limitless great Tao, It's all trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Chi Hao said proudly. Limitless? Limitless my ass. In an instant, Yi Lingtian's entire body merged with the yin-yang diagram in front of him. He and the diagram became one, transforming into the yin and yang of yin and flew forward. Swoosh! The yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into broke through Chi Hao's limitless divine light. It flashed across his body and brought out traces of blood mist. The yin-yang diagram disappeared, and Yi Lingtian's figure appeared in the void. How is this possible? Chi Hao's entire body stiffened. A blood mark appeared from between his eyebrows and directly spread downwards. Then, his entire body was split in half. In the next moment, Chi Hao's body that was split in half by the yin-yang diagram exploded and turned into two clouds of blood mist. However, the next moment, the blood mist instantly disappeared. In another place, a figure suddenly appeared there. This person was Chi Hao. Damn it! You actually made me waste a death substitution talisman? Chi Hao stared at Yi Lingtian, wishing he could tear this guy into pieces. The value of a death substitution talisman was too great. It was not that easy to refine a death substitution talisman. Even Chi Hao, as the current divine son of equal heaven sect, did not have many death substitution talismans on him. One used meant one less. This was a life-saving death substitution talisman. Having a death substitution talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. Death substitution talisman? I want to see how many death substitution talismans you have to die for you. Yi Lingtian sneered. This kind of Dao talisman was not particularly rare in the ancestral realm. In the ancestral realm, there were tens of thousands of clans and countless experts. Extreme Supremes were everywhere. There were many Extreme Supremes who could refine death substitution talismans. Buzz. Yi Lingtian transformed into the yin-yang diagram again and directly slashed at Chi Hao. The yin-yang diagram was too fast. It seemed to surpass everything. Even someone as strong as Chi Hao, the current divine son of equal heaven sect, could not avoid it. As soon as he thought of avoiding it, his entire body was directly split in half by the yin-yang diagram. How is this possible? Chi Hao was shocked to the extreme. Even though he had mastered the limitless Dao, it was still difficult to resolve Yi Lingtian's attack. The creatures of the lower realm had actually cultivated such a heaven-defying divine power. It was too frightening. Even in the primordial realm, this guy was probably almost invincible among the quasi-supremes. Chi Hao had to admit that Yi Lingtian's cultivation and battle prowess were not weaker than his. The yin-yang Dao that he had cultivated was also enough to compete with his limitless Dao. Originally, the Heaven Equal Sect's Limitless Secret Manual was a supreme cultivation method. When cultivated to the extreme, one could achieve great success in the limitless Dao and become an existence comparable to the Extreme Supremes. However, Chi Hao was still a bit away from cultivating the Limitless Secret Manual to the extreme. This directly led to him being suppressed by Yi Lingtian. Chi Hao appeared in the void nearby again. With the help of the Death Substitution Talisman, he once again escaped death. Roar! Chi Hao roared. He used another Death Substitution Talisman. He did not have many Death Substitution Talismans on him. If he broke the opponent's divine power again, he would have to run away. If he was forced to flee by a creature of the lower realm, it would definitely be a great humiliation for Chi Hao. When the yin-yang diagram that Yi Lingtian transformed into slashed again, Chi Hao's body had already emerged with a total of 13 layers of divine light. This was the strongest defensive power he had used after escaping a fatal blow with the help of the Death Substitution Talisman. However, under the yin-yang diagram, the 13 layers of defensive divine light on Chi Hao's body were like 13 pieces of paper, easily torn apart. The yin-yang diagram directly slashed Chi Hao's body again. Chapter 44-44. Chi Hao was extremely depressed. He was slashed by Yi Lingtian, an ant from the lower realm, 3 times in a row. That was 3 death substitution talismans. Without the death substitution talismans, he would have died 3 times. To Chi Hao, this was simply unimaginable. After all, even in the grand beginning realm, no one could truly threaten his life. But now, This guy displayed a supreme divine ability that was enough to kill him. Qi was shocked and angry. The 13 defensive Tao artifacts on his body were directly broken by the yin-yang diagram. How was this possible? Could it be that the divine ability of the opponent could break through everything? Limitless void. Qi roared and used his trump card. A mass of limitless divine light immediately erupted from his body and enveloped him. At the same time, Yilingtian's yin-yang diagram slashed again. Its speed was still extremely fast. As long as the diagram was activated, Qi could not avoid it at all. Yilingtian's yin-yang diagram directly slashed into the mass of limitless divine light outside Qi body. However, this time, the yin-yang diagram encountered great resistance. Roar! Qi did his best, desperately urging the limitless force. Endless Tao patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted in the void, blocking Yilingtian's yin-yang diagram. Yilingtian's yin-yang diagram was still slashing towards Qi, but its speed had slowed down. How is this possible? Qi attacked with all his strength. His blood and Qi were vast and mighty, and there was a strange sound like thunder coming from his body. Under his full strength, his face also became extremely ferocious. At this time, the battle between Yilingtian and Qi had also alarmed Guling and the others. Especially Qin Yao. She also cultivated the yin-yang Tao and had almost cultivated it to the extreme. Yilingtian's body had something that resonated with her. Limitless force against yin-yang. This is a bit interesting, Guling said indifferently. For her, what heaven-defying physique, what heaven-defying Tao. It was not as good as the sword in her hand. It was not as good as her Tao. Her father, Gu Fei, was an ordinary warrior. He cultivated all the way to the extreme grade realm and even achieved eternity in the ancestral realm. Whether it was one's physique or cultivation technique, it couldn't decide who could become an extreme Tao sovereign. In order to become an extreme Tao sovereign, one had to rely on oneself in the end. Since ancient times, there have been countless monstrous existences, but only a few of them managed to become extreme supremes. Is that limitless sword god? Qin Yao was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen an existence that cultivated the limitless Tao. One had to know that the limitless Tao was one of the most powerful great Taos of the heavens and earth. This fellow from the primal beginning realm actually cultivated the limitless way. The sect behind him was definitely impressive. To be able to cultivate the limitless Tao to almost the extreme realm, the sect behind Qi absolutely grasped a supreme technique of the limitless Tao. The supreme technique of the Qin clan that Qin Yao belonged to was the yin-yang heavenly art. Without this heavenly art, even if Qin Yao possessed her father's bloodline, she would definitely not be able to cultivate the grand Tao of yin-yang to such a level. Martial uncle, who do you think will win? Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng laughed. Yilingtian, Gu Ling said directly. In fact, she could see the actual situation of these two people at a glance. Yilingtian came from the Yi clan of the ancestral realm. Although the heaven-equal sect's divine child Qi was strong, he was still lacking compared to Yilingtian. This guy, Qin Yao looked at the yin-yang Tao diagram that Yilingtian had transformed with incomparable shock. This kind of divine ability that transformed one's body into a Tao diagram was not something that anyone could use. Even she could not use it. Rumble. The limitless void around Qi body shook. The yin-yang Tao diagram that Yilingtian had transformed into was still pressing towards Qi bit by bit. The yin-yang power that the yin-yang Tao diagram emitted was getting stronger and stronger. Impossible. This is impossible. Qi was almost going crazy. His long hair was dancing wildly. Even if he attacked with all his strength, even if he used all his strength, he still could not block his opponent's divine ability. Damned ant, how can you do this? Qi had no choice but to use his final trump card. The space between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and an extremely bright divine light came out from his eyebrows. It was countless times brighter than the stars in the sky. A terrifying aura that made heaven and earth tremble emanated from his body. Extreme Tao, Gu Ling was taken aback. This Qi was using the power of the extreme Tao. He has an extreme Tao artifact on him? Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng said with some surprise. At this time, something on Qin Yao's body seemed to shake. showing signs of awakening. Is it really an extreme Tao artifact? Qin Yao's expression became solemn. Boom. In the next moment, endless divine light of the extreme Tao rushed out from Qi Hao's eyebrows, illuminating heaven and earth. At this moment, all the living beings in the entire immortal mansion world were terrified. Extreme Tao force. In a valley where blood light soared to the sky, a black-clothed middle-aged warrior holding a blood-dripping spear walked out of the valley step by step. The blood of a supreme being still flowed on the spear in his hand. A terrifying murderous aura erupted from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. The spear in his hand was even more ferocious, and even the surrounding blood mist was dispersed. The tip of the spear flowed with the blood of a supreme being. This was the result of the black-clothed warrior. Outside the valley, there were many experts watching, but as soon as they saw the black-clothed warrior walk out, they all dispersed in an uproar. Who is this guy? His murderous aura is shocking. He doesn't recognize him? That's the #1 warrior under Gu Fei, Di Jiutian. Ah, that's the legendary Di Jiutian? Some people were extremely shocked. Interesting. Some people can't sit still anymore? Di Jiutian said with some surprise in the direction of the aura. There was no power of heavenly punishment in the immortal mansion world, but it was definitely not a good place. It was extremely dangerous, and even Di Jiutian couldn't see through it. There were some places that even Di Jiutian wasn't willing to set foot in easily. There's that kind of invincible power here? Di Jiutian muttered. I didn't expect her to come as well. He could sense Guling's aura, but he didn't pay any attention to her. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. No one could see where he had gone. This Di Jiutian is indeed terrifying. Several incredibly powerful figures walked out from outside the valley. That's a peerless god of death. If you encounter him, run as far as you can. An expert shook his head and sighed. Di Jiutian couldn't be defeated, especially in this immortal mansion world. He was an invincible supremacy, and when he was angry, the heavens and earth could collapse. A single spear of his could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 44-45. In a valley on the outskirts of the immortal mansion world, the power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The entire valley was shaking violently. Countless ancient runes appeared between heaven and earth, firmly stabilizing the area. Under the impact of the power of the extreme path, although the area seemed like it could collapse at any time, in the end, there was no real scene of destruction. The terrifying power of the extreme path was vast and mighty in all directions. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. The sudden explosion of the power of the extreme path alarmed the big shots who had entered the immortal mansion world. All the creatures sensed the mighty waves coming from the valley. That madman is using power of this level here. Some people were very unhappy. It should be known that this immortal mansion world was very extraordinary. There was a terrifying power that made even the hearts of extreme path supremes tremble. The inheritance of the immortal mansion world was absolutely earth-shattering. Even a supreme expert like Di Jiutian was somewhat moved. He thought that the ultimate power he had been searching for was here. Some experts originally appeared around the valley, but at this time, they all chose to retreat. In the valley, Qi Hao gritted his teeth and used his last resort. His brow split open, and an extreme path Tao artifact appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Lowly ant of the lower realm, you should be proud to die under my sect's supreme Tao artifact. Qi Hao activated the extreme path Tao artifact with all his might. Under the impact of the extreme Tao's power, the surrounding void rippled like water. Haha, Yi Lingtian laughed. At this time, the yin-yang Tao diagram disappeared, and his figure appeared in the void. Facing the power of the extreme path, he was unexpectedly calm. At this time, a hazy light emitted from Guling's body. This light was not very bright, but it blocked the mighty extreme path Tao artifact and protected Qin Yao, the little fatty, and the others around her. And on Jiang Yichen's body, there was also a surge of divine light, blocking the extreme path Tao artifact. Buzz. Under the impact of the extreme path power, the stone golem killing formation also activated. The 9 stone golems seemed to come to life, and each of them had a trace of the extreme path aura. Die! Chi Hao roared. The ball of extreme path Tao divine light immediately flew up from his brow, transforming into a sun that shot towards Yilingtian. This sun crushed and destroyed everything it passed. It seemed to be able to break heaven and earth with one blow, turning the world upside down. It was extremely terrifying. Yilingtian sneered. In the next moment, a huge seal rushed out from his body. Endless yin and yang energy burst out from the seal. Boom! The yin-yang seal immediately expanded, as if a primordial divine mountain had suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth, directly shattering the void between the heavens and earth. A path Tao artifact. Gu Ling and the rest were taken aback. They did not expect Yilingtian to also have an extreme Tao weapon on him. As of the Yi Tao artifact of the Yi clan, of the Yi clan Yi sect, of the Tao, of the path, Yi Chen and the path Tao path of the power of Yi path. And in was Ling and was. Boom! With a loud bang, the yin-yang seal directly collided with the extreme path Tao artifact that looked like a divine sun, erupting with endless divine light. Terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered. Everything was obliterated and turned into nothingness. A huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Even with the protection of the ancient Tao patterns, the immortal mansion world was still pierced through, and a massive spatial hole was blasted open. The remnant power swept down, and the entire mountain valley was directly reduced to dust. Only the ancient temple remained intact under the protection of the stone golem killing formation. Even the extreme path power could not break the stone golem killing formation. What a powerful formation! Gu Ling and the others could not help but be moved. At this time, the extreme Tao yin-yang seal flew away, and the extreme Tao treasure that looked like a divine sun was also sent flying. Chi Hao's body shook violently. He kept coughing up blood. If it were not for the protection of the path Tao artifact, he would have been destroyed. Yilingtian was not feeling well either. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The blood in his body was boiling. A mouthful of hot blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. The divine child of the primordial beginning realm is just SOS. Yilingtian mocked. 10 suns to destroy the world. Chi Hao was enraged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the sun-like divine light floating above his head. The next moment, the divine light shook violently. Then, 10 dazzling divine lights appeared between heaven and earth. Each of the 10 divine lights emitted waves of extreme path power that were no weaker than the sun-like divine light. It was equivalent to 10 extreme path Tao artifacts showing their power at the same time. Go! Chi Hao roared. The 10 wheels of divine light floating above his head immediately charged towards Yilingtian. This time, the 10 divine suns shrouded the entire world. The 10 suns descended from the sky, shattering the void and destroying everything. A large area of the void collapsed. You want to kill me? Yilingtian looked up at the 10 divine suns descending from the sky. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were many times brighter than the stars in the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, a seemingly ordinary piece of yellow paper flew out from his big sleeve. The yellow paper flew directly into the sky and met the divine suns descending from the sky. That is, Gu Ling stared at the yellow paper that flew out of Yilingtian's sleeve. Her heart skipped a beat. Something on her body seemed to have some signs of resonance with the yellow paper. He's going to block the extreme path Tao artifact with a piece of yellow paper? Gu Xiaofeng, Qin Yao, and the others looked at this scene in shock. Is this guy crazy? Hurry up and use the extreme path Tao artifact, Gu Xiaofeng said in a low voice. However, at that moment, an unbelievable scene took place in front of Gu Ling and the others. The ordinary-looking yellow paper suddenly emitted an endless golden light. In the next moment, the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky in the golden light from the yellow paper dissipated in the void as if they had never appeared. The 10 suns disappeared. Under the illumination of the golden light shining from the yellow paper, a fist-sized crimson divine pearl appeared in the air. Ancient young bead. Chi was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. This was the supreme Tao artifact of heaven's equal sect in the primordial world. How could it be destroyed by a piece of yellow paper? Cracks appeared on the ancient yang bead, and then it directly collapsed in the void. An extreme path Tao artifact was destroyed just like that. What? Chi was stunned. This was the extreme path Tao artifact, the ancient yang bead, and it was destroyed just like that? That yellow paper. At this time, Gu Ling no longer had any doubts. She did not expect Yi Ling Tian to have such a supreme treasure on him. Although the yellow paper emitted endless golden light, there was not a trace of coercion. It was not earth-shattering like when extreme path Tao artifact was activated. However, the power of the yellow paper made little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng, and the others dumbfounded. Even the extreme path Tao artifact was destroyed? Zhang Yichen's voice trembled. What kind of paper is that? It's so heaven-defying. Qin Yao stared at the golden yellow paper. She was also shocked to the extreme. She was a princess and her father was the Yin-Yang Emperor. Even the Emperor Father could not destroy an extreme path Tao artifact so easily in the past. Eternal, Gu Ling said in a deep voice. Eternal? Little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng, was baffled. Only Yi Ling Tian was a little surprised after hearing Gu Ling's words. At this time, Chi screamed and turned to escape. However, Yi Ling Tian would not let him go. His body swayed and turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram, directly slashing at the escaping Chi. Swoosh! The Tao diagram flashed past and Chi directly fell from the sky, dead. Yi Ling Tian naturally searched Chi entire body and took away all of Chi belongings. The golden light emitted from the yellow paper gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Then, the yellow paper turned into dust with the wind and dissipated into the void. It's a pity. If you broke the array with the yellow paper just now, you could have obtained the fortune in the temple. Gu Ling looked at Yi Ling Tian and said, Haha, it's just a mass of primordial qi. In my eyes, it's not a big fortune. Yi Ling Tian laughed. At this time, he also knew Gu Ling's identity. Gu Fei's successor is indeed extraordinary. Yi Ling Tian looked at Gu Ling and said, I don't need you to tell me that. Little fatty, Gu Xiaofeng laughed. Do you still have that yellow paper? Gu Ling suddenly asked Yi Ling Tian. No, the great ancestor's decree is not that easy to obtain. Yi Ling Tian shook his head and said, All right, let's see how to break the array. Zhang Yichen said, I won't keep you company. Everyone goodbye. Yi Ling Tian put away the extreme yin-yang seal and bid farewell to everyone. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void in an instant. This guy, Qin Yao, was a little speechless. Yi Ling Tian actually did not care about a mass of primordial qi. The Yi clan of the ancestral realm had such a strong foundation, even the primordial qi could be ignored. At that moment, the terrifying divine aura of the extreme Tao disappeared, and the shattered void nearby quickly recovered. One after another, powerful figures began to appear in the vicinity. Some people rushed over from afar and barged into the stoneman killing array. They were killed by the stoneman killing array, and even their primordial spirits were destroyed. The stoneman killing array was devouring all living beings that barged into it. Uncle Master, this, Gu Xiaofeng looked at Gu Ling. With his cultivation and combat strength, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to break through the killing array outside the temple. The others also looked at Gu Ling. Gu Ling did not speak. She thought about it and walked into the killing array step by step. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.